They acquire wide receiver Jalen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins, according to Adam Schefter. The Broncos will receive Waddle as well as the Dolphins' fourth-round pick, which is number 111 overall, while the Broncos will send their first-round pick, number 30 overall, as well as a third and a fourth-round pick, numbers 94 and 130, to Miami. Waddle, who is scheduled to undergo a physical with the Broncos today, according to ESPN. Meanwhile, the Eagles adding to their offense as well as they agreed to terms on a one-year deal with Hollywood Brown. They did not disclose financial terms, but a leaked source confirmed to ESPN the deal is worth up to $6.5 million.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Hope everybody's having a great day out there. Big show coming your way. We've got Aaron Goldsmith, voice of your Seattle Mariners, joining us at 3:30 today. We got Mike Petriello of MLB.com at 4 p.m. and then El Hombre for his weekly appearance at 5 o'clock. So stay tuned for all of that. The text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. You guys want to weigh in on the Mariners, the WBC, the finale happening tonight with the U.S. and Venezuela getting together. So we'll talk about all of that. Meanwhile, Mariners not getting great news when it comes to injury concerns around J.P. Crawford. He's, according to Ryan Divish, tweeted out J.P. Crawford is in the Metroplex visiting Dr. Keith Meister to have his shoulder checked. Imaging was clean, but the M's want to make sure they are treating it properly. So he was supposed to be back in the lineup. Instead, he's going to see the doctor, which tells you he's experiencing pain or he's got discomfort or something isn't right.
I don't like that it's nagging because we've heard, okay, well, he popped in, he had a delayed start to spring training, played for a few days. Then it was 4 games off. And, we heard from Shannon and we heard from Daniel Kramer yesterday.
Well, he wasn't even playing in the field.
Right. 4 days off total. And you're right. He wasn't even playing in the field. Then finally got into the field for a day or two. Now has had the 4 days off. And the whole word around that was, all right, well, Tuesday he'll be back in the lineup. They were giving him the 4 games and then the off day to get J.P. Crawford back. What this tells me now is that it's nagging, which now you don't know when it's going to go away, and that it's still recurring because he's had all this time. And it's interesting that we had this timeline of, all right, hey, if J.P. Crawford was back with about a week plus until opening day, perhaps it's all good. Back in the field today, maybe give him one more day off, and it's fine. There's a lot of uncertainty right now because just kind of like with Bryce Miller, all right, he's working his way back, but when becomes, it's too late to get there for opening day. For J.P. Crawford, we might soon be getting into the conversation, if not already, of, all right, by the time he gets back into camp, it might be too late for him to start out there in the field on opening day.
Well, and if it's just a rest thing, then maybe they need to start him on the IL. Maybe he just needs to shut it down. Let's just get this thing right. And again, we're all speculating because we don't know specifically what he's going through there. They said the imaging looks clean, but obviously something's not right because he's going to see the doctor rather than be in the lineup. We talked to Daniel Kramer of MLB.com yesterday, and he talked about it just being very close to a time where you might worry about Crawford being ready for opening day.
Your throwing shoulder and you play a premium position, we are starting to approach that territory where, okay, is he going to be ready? How ready is he going to be? What kind of work and build-up does he need to be, when we all get back up to Seattle? That's, I think, going to be one of the leading storylines of camp over the next couple of days, is just seeing where he's at, seeing how comfortable he's going to be. And then from there, what do the Mariners decide about his status? If he's not ready, that becomes a little bit of a bigger picture question. Leo Rivas was going to make this team regardless because of all the things that he does well as a prototypical bench bat. He switch hits. He plays multiple positions. They love bringing him off the bench. Do I see him being their starting shortstop if JP is not ready to roll? I don't know. I would have some questions about that, how sustainable that fill-in would be.
They don't have many options, though. I mean, if it's not him playing it out, hypothetically, if JP starts the year on the IL, you got Leo Rivas, who's your fill-in guy, and who else?
Colt Emerson now enters the conversation.
Well, that's what we brought up to him yesterday, but do they want to start the clock on Colt Emerson if they think he's not quite ready, where they'd otherwise want him to get turns at the AAA level and not start his clock right now, especially if it's going to be he just needs a week, he just needs 10 days, whatever it is. Can you live with Leo Rivas that long?
I think, yeah, that's the question. I think you can, because think about the start of last year. If it's, say, J.P. Crawford's on the 10-day IL to start the season, so you miss, 8 to 9 games. There's an off day built in after the Yankee series. So you miss 9 games, for instance. Leo Rivas for 9 games. You don't feel great about it, especially with everything around this Mariners team going into this season. But look back to the third base situation last year on opening day. I was curious, Bob, because I know the Jorge Polanco experiment didn't go well. I wanted to see how long it lasted. It lasted
who saw that coming?
1 game at third base, and then they started to kind of alternate. And then all of a sudden, by the time that opening week had come and gone, you had Miles Mastroboni and Dylan Moore as your third baseman for the first month of the season until Ben Williamson came up. So Leo Rivas at short, it is not ideal, and this is a setback that we thought was something the Mariners wouldn't have to deal with. But if J.P. Crawford just needs that rest, and maybe it's just 2 weeks, don't throw, all right, start to work you back after that opening weekend, and then it's fine, good. The concerning part is it just seems like it's a nagging thing, so you just don't know when it's going to be gone. We know. I mean, think about it. I woke up one day, and all of a sudden, my back was hurting. And it didn't go away for 4 to 5 days. You don't know how to deal with it. So I'm sure J.P. Crawford pushing to get back in, thought he was good. All of a sudden it flares up again. And the key words around what Justin Hollander was saying is, yes, precautionary, everything along those lines. But now it's an uncertain aspect that you didn't think you'd have to worry about. Certainly at this point yesterday, when hearing from Shannon and hearing from Daniel Kramer. Didn't think you'd have to worry about this with J.P. Crawford.
Well, as I said, we brought up the idea of Colt Emerson because right now it feels like those are your 2 options, Leo Rivas or Colt Emerson, if he starts the year on the IL. And Daniel Kramer talked about whether Emerson can work his way into the opening day lineup with the uncertainty around JP.
Is it a situation where, Colt Emerson is part of that conversation? The fact that he's played virtually every day down here at both third base and shortstop indicates that they really want him out there getting those regular reps on a consistent basis. And I think that'll be the case wherever he reports to on opening day, which is also why if JP's healthy, he's probably not going to make the team beyond just the fact that they don't have a roster spot for him. They want him to play every day and consistently. And so if shortstop becomes a more glaring question mark, I think that is definitely a conversation that would be explored. Now, do I think we're at that point quite yet? No, but it's something worth monitoring here in the next week or so.
And again, that was yesterday before that came out that he's not going to be in the lineup today and he will go see the doctor, talking about J.P. Crawford. And then another tweet from Ryan Divish, Justin Hollander speaking on the level of concern around J.P. Crawford's shoulder. The quote, "It's not high. My concern level is that we do the right thing now so he's not battling every couple of weeks feeling uncomfortable, but I don't have concerns that we're headed towards like a surgical option or something like that. No one thinks that's the case right now. We want to make sure we're getting him going in the right direction, and it's not something that lingers," which is what we were just talking about, where you're going to stop, start. If the remedy is just flat out rest, just don't throw for 2 weeks or whatever the doctor says, then do that rather than, well, let's treat it. Let's do the stem. Let's do the ice. Let's do the heat. Let's massage and then get you back out there. Oh, it's still sore. Okay, we're going to shut it down. That's what they've been doing to this point. So if that's the case, I'd say you heard it from
Daniel.
From Daniel there, talking about the idea that, yeah, they'd like him to play every day, talking about Emerson. They'd like him to play every day. They want to get him down there in AAA. If that's where they feel he's suited to be, then go with Leo Rivas to start the year. If it's a 10-game situation. Obviously, if it's much longer, it becomes a different conversation. But I'm fine with Rivas for 10 days, 10 games, whatever it ends up being.
See, I'm thinking the other way. Just, it might be more fun, and fun is not necessarily practical. But if J.P. Crawford doesn't have to go on the IL and maybe it's just a weekend, okay, Rivas, why not give Colt Emerson a little leeway? Give him that run to start the season. If it's going to be the 10-day IL, so you're giving him at least 9 to 10 games to play. Well, MLB has started to reward teams for promoting prospects. Remember, the Mariners got the extra draft pick because Julio was on the opening day roster in 2022, won Rookie of the Year. They got the extra pick that led to the selection of Johnny Farmello. So that prospect promotion incentive. If you have Colt Emerson on that opening day roster, plays for 9 to 10 games, hey, if he's doing well, all right, send him down. He can do well in AAA. If he's struggling, he got the crack of it, he got the taste, and if the plan is to bring him up eventually at some point this season, he gets that taste, and maybe that adaptation when you need him in June and July, or if you're going to finally eventually let him take over somewhere, then he's already ready. Now, if you don't have any plans or any inclination to bring Colt Emerson up at all this year, then yes, you got to go with Leo Rivas. But if Colt Emerson, the shortstop of the future, factors into their plans at all this season, hey, why not? It was not plan A, but if J.P. Crawford's going to be shelved for a little bit of time, see if this guy can do it. He's been playing well. I think he just hit a home run today, maybe taking advantage of his opportunity. Mariners are in a split squad game today in the home game against the Padres, where they kind of have the de facto starting lineup. Colt Emerson, 1-for-1 with a home run.
Yeah, but do you want to start his clock?
Sure. 6 years at least? Yeah, you get 6 years right there. This is the window. 6-year window of contention.
You're very flippant about it. I would guess Jerry and Justin would have a little different approach to it, saying, let's start it. He's going to be here for 10 games, and then we're going to send him back down.
The whole prospect promotion incentive is to avoid that, to not artificially keep prospects down when they're ready. So if he's ready, I think they'll bring him up.
You heard Daniel there saying, I think they'd like him down there to play every day. I don't think it's an artificial clock. I think they feel like he's maybe not quite where he needs to be to face MLB pitching day in, day out. And we saw that in spring. It's great he hit a home run, but he's not had a great spring at the plate. He's played good defense, but he's not been awesome tearing it up there and often facing guys that aren't going to be at the major league level. So if that's we're kind of speculating how Jerry and Justin view him, but it sounded like from Daniel Kramer's perspective, that would be the optimal situation. Send him down to AAA, let him get those turns every day, let him find it down there, and hopefully you've got your answer here. Now, maybe they change their mind a bit and say, well, yeah, he's not quite ready, but he's close enough. Maybe they feel that way if it's going to be a prolonged absence for J.P. Crawford. Maybe that changes things, but I don't know. It seems to fly in the face a bit of what Daniel Kramer was saying, that's where they'd like him to start the season.
Yes, and that was also with this new news. Again, as you mentioned, Daniel Kramer said that yesterday, thinking that perhaps J.P. Crawford would be back. Now, all of a sudden, he's not only not back, he has left camp. He's flown out to Dallas to see a specialist. Always concerning when you have to go see someone outside of the team doctors, and I know the MRI or the imaging came back clean. So this is not to be the fatalist here. It's just, look, if the situation is more concerning than you thought, and if you need J.P. Crawford for the back half of the season, and maybe it goes to close to a month, Leo Rivas for 9 to 10 days, sure. Leo Rivas for a month? I don't know. I think then it becomes a conversation. But like Daniel said, it's getting to be more of a conversation than we originally thought. We were down there last week, and it became very obvious. All right, Colt Emerson, not going to make the opening day roster. J.P. Crawford, Leo Rivas, all right, Colt Emerson will be down in AAA. It's not good that we're having this conversation, but it becomes more interesting about shortstop and Emerson and the future of the position because we're having it. And I guess for the sake of, a spring that hasn't had a lot of storylines, it gives us something to talk about, which isn't the best thing right now for a team with championship aspirations, but it adds that other element to it of, look, if Leo Rivas gets in there and it's serviceable, that's fine. If for some reason it is deficient, like they found with Jorge Polanco, you said it to start. What if Leo Rivas is in there and for some reason the footwork isn't good, the defense isn't there, and you need some kind of fill-in for 5 to 10 games until J.P. Crawford's back? It's just a strange unknown right now. The Mariners kind of tethered between two realities here, not knowing which one will play out.
Yeah, and the concern for me isn't even, at least at this point, isn't what do you do without J.P. because of what he brings to the table. It's more about starting the clock on your young guy. J.P.'s been look, he's a little limited defensively in terms of his range. He's a guy that you're not relying on offensively a ton. He just hasn't been that guy. He's hitting at the bottom of your lineup. You have your leadoff hitter in Brendan Donovan. So is the concern more about, hey, we just don't have an obvious answer there if he's out for a long period of time? Or is it the concern about what does this team do without its veteran leader, J.P. Crawford? Because they're two different concerns to me. And I think they're both valid. I think he brings something to the table, certainly in that clubhouse, as the most tenured member of this team. But is it more about that, or is it more about what you would be missing from him on the field and at the plate?
Yeah, I think you're right. Offensively, they have enough where anything Leo Rivas or Colt Emerson or J.P. Crawford, it's offset by what they've added to the lineup this year. So you don't need that shortstop position to be the big offensive bat because you have those other pieces around it. It's just all right whether Leo Rivas is a serviceable shortstop, and he's played Major League Baseball for a couple of years. He's filled in all over the place. He's a quality infielder, and if that level is deemed to be enough, then hey, he's your guy. I think it is the safer and more prudent option, and it's probably going to be the one that happens. But the fact that this is now even a conversation where yesterday it was, all right, hey, J.P. Crawford got, 4 games off and the off day yesterday. He'll be back in there. We don't have to worry about it anymore. That it's still kind of at the forefront is a little bit of, okay, this needs to be back on our radar, something to watch over this next week until opening day.
Yeah, more importantly, I'm curious about the offense as a whole with JP, without JP. We'll see what happens. We'll wait for more news on that. But offensively, if we're looking at a team that I think we all feel is better, certainly than the one that entered the season last year. Is it an offense that hypothetically could carry the team if the pitching staff were beset by injuries again, the way they were? I mean, because it was an uneven year, to say the very least, for the rotation because everybody got hurt. We've chronicled that. We've talked about it a million times. What's your level of confidence in this offense?
Well, I think I have more confidence that they can not necessarily offset the starters because, hey, accounting for injury, if any starter gets injured, you're now in a world of hurt. But where they can help, and they didn't a lot of last year and seemingly every year when we talk about the Mariners, get them out of high leverage spots and tight games where you need your relievers. Where a Gabe Spire or an Edward Bizardo down the stretch here pitched a career high in innings, or a couple of years before, Matt Prash pitched a career high in innings. So all these appearances and all these low-scoring games earlier in the season, that's where I think the offense can separate itself from some of this lesser competition, and you won't need Brash, Spire, Munoz, day in and day out. And then that's what leads to all the questions as well. When people start to criticize Dan and his bullpen management, well, hey, he knows things about a guy might have been up for 2 days in a row. And it's also April, so you don't want Munoz pitching 3 games in 5, or you don't want Spire up 2 days in a row that early in the season because we saw how long the season can go when you get all the way to the end. So I think the offense will let this team be in more breathable ball games where it could be a 5-2 game, and then you tack on an extra run, and hey, it's 6-2. You don't need Munoz in that spot. Then you maybe have Ferrer close out the game. Someone where in the past, if it's 3-2, or all these low-scoring opening day games where they're still trying to figure out all these pieces on the roster, and you have Munoz closing 3 of the first 5 games, hopefully that's where my optimism lies in this offense. They won't be in those situations.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. 360 says, I don't think Jerry and Justin are going to make any decision about a prospect as good as Colt Emerson based on anything other than what maximizes his long-term success. If the best thing for Emerson is to be the full-time shortstop in Seattle after that injury, then that's what he'll be. If they feel the best thing for him is to be a full-time shortstop in Tacoma, that's what he'll be. All right, we'll see. We'll see if their hand is forced at all. And then maybe they feel like, look, everything's perfect, JP's healthy, this is the best way, is to start him in AAA. But maybe in their minds, hey, he's not far. He's not that far away from being ready. So maybe they don't feel that level of apprehension about throwing him in early. We don't know how they view Colt Emerson and his readiness for this level of baseball. So they could be right there like, look, in a perfect world where everybody's healthy, yeah, we want to start him in AAA, get those turns. But he's not that far away. Maybe they feel like it's not our plan A, but it's not that far away from plan A.
Yeah, and then hopefully it's maybe a late May promotion like we saw with a Logan Gilbert and Jared Kelnick when they came up that first time. And obviously, yes, Kelnick did not work out, but Logan Gilbert certainly did. He made an impact right away in his rookie season. So if Colt Emerson makes some kind of impact in a month or 2 months, it'll be great to see. It's just a little concerning that now his name is kind of back in the conversation. Even if it's not practical, it's his name back in the conversation where before you didn't really have to worry about that because it was J.P. Crawford, kind of the bridge year. Crawford, okay, his contract's up. We'll see what happens. Colt Emerson is sitting there, waiting in the wings, shortstop of the future. But now there's an immediate concern at the premier position defensively out there. You need a guy like J.P. Crawford. Who mentioned that to you guys? Brendan Donovan, right? He was impressed with J.P. Crawford's ability to post. And he plays through a lot. And maybe that's perhaps some of the issue where who knows the severity of what he's dealt with in the past. I know he's dealt with a lot of nagging injuries. Maybe he's tried to play through these and it's exacerbated it, but we get to this situation where now he definitely can't go, and they maybe have to tell JP, look, you're going to take this extra time right now, even if you don't want to, because we need you for the season. So this long conversation hopefully is resolved when we see him back in a lineup over the next few days, and then we'll see what happens come opening day.
Yeah, and maybe as the season goes on, it proves that he's not your best option there. I mean, there's still that. Just because he's the veteran, he does have that added dimension of being the leader, being the longest tenured player, so there is value to that. But does he give you a better chance to win than Colt Emerson there? Maybe at some point they're faced with that conversation and saying, we love this guy. He's a veteran. He posts. He's there every day, but we're not getting what we need out of him defensively or offensively, and we feel the kid's going to give us a better shot. Then a move's going to be made. Text line is there for you again. Are you still more confident in the pitching of this team over the hitting, or is the hitting, the offense kind of caught up to where you've got an equal level of confidence? I don't know. The pitching, the only question about pitching for me is health. It's not about ability. You're not questioning anybody in that rotation's ability. It's just, are they going to be available?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to question health, so we don't know. I mean, Bryce Miller gives you a little concern because we don't know when he's going to be ready come opening day. But pure ability, this is one of the best rotations in baseball. So even if the lineup hasn't caught up to them, that's not to say the lineup is not as good as some other lineups around baseball. But I don't think you're going to compare these two because the rotation, I would say, I'd put up there as the best, if not one of the best in baseball.
All right, let's take two.
The Team USA lineup is out for the WBC championship game tonight. Will Smith is starting at catcher, which is a change because Mark DeRosa until this point had alternated each game prior to this. So Will Smith starts back-to-back games at catcher. Cal Raleigh has been hitless in the WBC so far. Does have 4 walks and 4 runs scored, though.
Yeah, I don't mind Cal not playing. I want him fresh and ready for the Mariners season. The Mariners season is the priority, the end. I'd like to see Team USA win, but if they don't and Cal's completely healthy, I'm at peace with that. So, yeah, if he comes in just fresh and ready to go, that's a bonus. If he plays and he does something big, comes up with a big hit, good for him. I just want him back. As I said, no dents, no scratches. Just come back and let's get the Mariners season, which is
so a nice pinch hit appearance. Comes up with a big home run,
big hit,
gives USA the lead, and then he did his duty.
I've got to imagine he'll get in there, right? Switch hitter with power.
Yeah, he struggled though, and that's Mark DeRosa was questioned. We'll hear some comments about this later, but he was questioned about his lineup choices where it appeared that he didn't know it was in. 0 for 9.
0 for 9,
but 4 walks. So he's come to the plate. 13 plus times? I don't know what else he has over there. But yeah, 4 walks, 0 for 9, 4 runs scored. So he's scored. He's gotten on base, but he's not provided that pop hitting-wise. Oh, for the actual Mariners, today they're playing a split squad. So you have kind of your home, or your more expected starter lineup at home today against the Padres. Josh Naylor was initially in the starting lineup, but was scratched. Shannon Dreyer, our Mariners insider, says nothing really to worry about. He just likely wanted another day. Shannon is mentioning, she's tweeted and put it out on social media, that she's watching him in the cages, talking to coaches. He's been hitting. So Naylor was in the lineup. He's been scratched so far. You do have a lot of the other starters like a Luke Raley and Colt Emerson, who have the 2 runs driven in. 2 home runs. It's 2-2 right now, Padres and Mariners.
There you go. 2 solo shots. I like it. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. There was good news on another injury front for the Mariners. We'll get into that. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news this morning from ESPN.
Is it finally happening?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
ESPN's Shams Charania, the NBA, will vote next week to explore adding expansion teams in Vegas and Seattle. Joining us now, Shams himself.
The NBA is projecting that both Seattle and Las Vegas would immediately jump into the top 8 of revenue-generating teams.
Stay caught up on the latest at seattlesports.com and Seattle Sports on 710, the app, and YouTube.
Flying chickens in a barnyard.
Hey, Mike Salk here with Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And Doc, what do you say to people who are considering those GLP-1 injections for weight loss?
Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medications long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight gain is common. And most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight lost can come from muscle. which may slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder.
From personal experience, I can tell you Eastside Weight Loss Clinic takes a different approach, a doctor-developed program helping people lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days.
No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, we use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger, and cravings naturally.
So come to their clinic in Kirkland or do the program from anywhere you live with easy remote options. If you want a safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections,
go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com to keep the weight off for good.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. A reminder, Aaron Goldsmith, voice of your Seattle Mariners, will join us at 3:30 today. That's coming up in about an hour, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, taking a look at this team, and we were just talking about the health of J.P. Crawford. Some good news surrounding Bryce Miller, according to Shannon Dreyer, tweeted out, all did go well in Miller's bullpen. Threw 30 pitches at 80%, said he felt good after. Then talked about Naylor, who was scratched from the original lineup, has played catch and is in the cages, likely want another day before returning. So he was unable to throw the bullpen when he tried, Saturday? Mm-hmm. So, this is good news, baby steps, but it's good news at least that, hey, I threw 80%. I don't know what that looks like, but no problems, 30 pitches. So, okay. I mean, he's not going to be ready at the beginning of the season. He's not getting enough work in. He's not building up his arm, so I would imagine he starts the season on the IL.
Yeah, it gives you optimism that it's only 1 to 2 starts, though, instead of, an entire month. We've seen Brian Wu miss an entire month, and then he's got to get back in there when he didn't start a season until May. What was that, a couple years ago? Mm-hmm. They all blend together at this point. But, yeah, and then all of a sudden, he's not starting until May. George Kirby last year missed a couple months of the season. So when you heard the Bryce Miller news and then saw what was, I wouldn't call it a setback, but just saw him not press it on Saturday, it's again that
that's a
fear.
setback.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, he's made up for it now. But when he does have that then setback, as we're calling it, on Saturday, the fear starts to build as, is this another one of these starters shelved for a significant portion of the season? Because George Kirby being out for 2 months, that throws your opening day plans into flux. And then who knows what happens with the rest of the rotation. We've talked about you can't really assume health. So with Bryce Miller getting back out there, it does give you optimism that, all right, this will be 1 to 2 starts, maybe 3, but it's not going to be a month plus. We know Emerson Hancock is a solid, capable veteran. He's been in there. He has done this the past couple of seasons, so he's fine. And I would just say, contrast it to the J.P. Crawford news, where J.P. Crawford went the opposite direction of what you thought. Bryce Miller now working back towards what we hope will be normal.
Yeah, it's good news. It's just, I fear, much like Luke Raley last year, that it just lingers, that it just impacts his year. Never gets healthy. I mean, that's the biggest fear with this. Not that it's a major thing. It's just a nagging thing that has an impact. So we'll see what it does, and hopefully he's taken they're handling this. Obviously, they're being very cautious, and maybe they're being overly cautious because they don't want it to be something that lingers the entire year. But I'm curious, and you guys can text in on this again, 866-979-3776. Charlie Furbush and I were just touching on this yesterday, just in conversation, but how would you slot your 1 through 5? You guys can text that in. Slot it now, assuming Emerson Hancock or Cooper Criswell could be your 5th starter, will be your 5th starter to start the year anyway. And then how much different would it be with a healthy Bryce Miller? Say he never had a setback, he's made his turns, he's looked like Bryce Miller. Would he still be your 5? Or how would it look? So you got 2 different 5s. You got one with a very healthy Bryce Miller playing that out and one without him. What does it look like?
Well, much like kind of the story of camp when we were down there was, there are no real position battles, which is a good place to be in. You have everything settled. You have a team ready to contend. I don't think there's much of a position battle here or a slot battle, if you will. And I think that 5th spot stays the same, Bryce Miller or not. Bryce Miller, when he comes back, I'd put him as the 5. Bryce Miller missing who knows how many starts. Emerson Hancock goes in there at the 5, and then I think a lot of people would probably agree with this. Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, and Luis Castillo.
That's probably when I'm thinking back to Miller pre-injury, 31 starts, sub-3 ERA.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm getting that guy, I might put Castillo 5, put him 4.
Yeah,
if it's that guy. But
the problem is because of the injury. Had this been Bryce Miller, now the question's interesting.
That's the hypothetical, though. He's been healthy. He's made all his starts in spring. He looks like that guy.
So then, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Had we not known about this injury and you just had these guys and Bryce Miller starting the season, opening day weekend, he's, you know what? He's maybe pushing for the third spot if it's that Bryce Miller, and maybe he can channel that. So we like to talk about the opening day rotation, and we know we can re-slot that. But it is important on these first few games and first few weeks of the season where you don't have a lot of off days. You have one like every Thursday. If you really want to change things, you could. But that's pretty much your rotation until the All-Star break. And then you can come out and do whatever you want to start the second half of the season. If we see Bryce Miller like that, he's going to work his way up into that third, fourth spot. Definitely the fourth spot.
Yeah.
And maybe even pushing George Kirby for that third spot.
Yeah, depending on how things go. Now, it's just we're too far removed from that season now to go, if he's that guy. But I'm just, trying to do my best to play the hypothetical and eliminate the injuries and go, if he's that 31 start, sub-3 ERA guy, he's in front of Castillo.
He had a nearly unhittable fastball that year, too.
He was just ridiculous that year. And so was Wu. He was sub-3 ERA, although he didn't have that number of starts. But is everybody in on Wu being the opening day starter? Because I felt like Daniel Kramer was saying the way it's kind of setting up, it looks like it'd be Logan.
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion, you and Dave did when we were down at spring training. Could it be the importance of bestowing that honor onto someone? Logan Gilbert was your opening day starter last year. Mm-hmm. He was having a really nice season until the injury. Unfortunately, it was an injury that happened early on. First month of the season happens that, final weekend of April. It was during the draft. I mean, we're sitting there trying to figure out what's going on with this Nicky Minori guy, and all of a sudden, Logan Gilbert's having a good start against the Marlins, and then he's lifted from the game.
Yeah.
That kind of casts a pall over the rest of draft weekend. So if Logan Gilbert is that guy, he deserves the opening day start, but Brian Wu is coming off a season where he was your best pitcher.
Yeah,
it's an interesting discussion because I think you two, and maybe a lot of people did last year as well, had this same debate, Castillo and Gilbert. And it was, all right, Logan Gilbert was pushing Luis Castillo. Ceremonially, Luis Castillo is an important presence. He's talked about what that opening day start meant to him. He had been the opening day starter the past 2 seasons, but it was Logan Gilbert who got it. So if it's just based on, merit from last year, Brian Wu, but all these extenuating factors, maybe, as we kind of touched on as well, if you're trying to sweeten the deal for Logan Gilbert and show how much he means to you in the long-term future of this organization, because they need to sign him to an extension, naming him the opening day starter could be a little bit of a cherry on top to say, look, we do care about you. You're one of the best pitchers we have here. We think so highly of you. This is your opening day start once again.
Yeah, I wonder how much he cares about it. I mean, I think it's an honor, no question, but I wonder, he doesn't strike me as a guy who would get in his feelings about it if he wasn't named the opening day starter. I could be wrong, but he seems like a guy who's just like, yeah, whatever's best for the team, man. I'm here to pitch, and cool. If I'm the opening day starter, it's a great honor, and I obviously I appreciate it. If he's not, I feel like he's like, okay. I just don't get the sense that, I don't know, something about his personality makes me feel like, yeah, he would love it, acknowledge it, but if it's not him, he's not going to be up in his feelings about it.
Yeah, another reason I think that it's fine, and they should go Wu in that case. If Wu feels great and he's all good to go. Did you take
from Kramer that it sounded like they were working towards Gilbert?
It kind of did.
The way it was setting up.
Yeah.
He said something along.
He lost me in the math, though, honestly.
Well, he said something about him being a couple days behind him. I can't remember the exact cut, but he had said something in there about, the way it's working and the way that, Wu didn't pitch every 5th day until this date last year and how careful they were with him.
I also kind of maybe took that to mean he's 2 days behind, so his last start of spring will be later than Logan because he needs to get ready for opening day. We can spin it however. We'll see. We'll be right either way, Bob. Once they name it, we'll be like, look, that's what Daniel said. He meant that Wu was going to be done first in spring training, or, that's what he meant. Logan Gilbert needs to line up for that opening Thursday, so his last start will be so-and-so day.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, Wu was just spectacular last year. I mean, how many starts of 6+ innings? He had 30 starts, 186 and 2/3 innings, a 2.94 ERA for the season. I mean, he was unreal. 4.3 WAR. He was your guy. Unfortunately, the Peck thing happened, and obviously that had an impact. And you wonder how different things would have been had he stayed healthy throughout. what kind of different would they have found their way into the World Series?
That happened in Houston, too. Another reason to dislike Houston.
Yeah, well, there's no shortage of reasons.
Did you see, by the way, they flashed the Venezuela crowd? Yeah. I thought of you right away, Bob.
Yeah, he looks like a little old man. I think that team's old now. Meanwhile, outside of injuries, what still needs to be sorted out for the Mariners? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Can you imagine a world where you leave the house and you take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you? Well, thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice. You're streaming the other game in 4K just like that. Or how about in the airport? You can download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity. Imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Some restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, the regular rates apply, but go check it all right now. Put it right in your fingertips with XfinityMobile.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th. From the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires the first double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett, with more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number one.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What's your biggest concern with this Mariners team? You have an overriding concern? I've got questions. I got things I'm curious about. I was thinking about it last night. I don't have a profound concern. Like, oh no, what are they going to do here? I'm curious about how right field shakes out. How does that platoon? Same with DH. What does that look like? What is Cole Young going to look like? Is he going to look overmatched like he did last year at times, or is he going to be more consistent? But it's not. Oh, man, if he doesn't play well, this team's in trouble if he doesn't hit, because I think they've got enough in the lineup to sort of make do with whatever he brings offensively. He needs to be a very good defensive player, in my opinion. But overriding concerns, health, can they stay healthy? Outside of that, I can't think of anything that's, as a Mariner fan, really nagging at me at this point.
Yeah, it's a good place to be in. And I think I would go more along the lines of what you said. It's more a curiosity than a concern, and that's just bullpen usage and how those relievers that were so vital to the Mariners last year, Gabe Speier and Edward Bizzardo, how they look throughout the course of the season. It's not going to be something that can be answered early on. So as we talk about all this leading up to opening day, you're not going to see that play out in the first month or even couple months of the season. But when these games are meaningful and you need to summon all these high leverage guys, maybe back-to-back nights, and have them empty the tank. We saw Gabe Speier pitch so much in the playoffs, and we talked to him about it. Remember, we'd go in there in the clubhouse after, and he's like, yeah, whatever they need, I'm there. And Bizzardo probably as well. And maybe that was the fatal flaw on that home run he gave up, that they all had confidence in him. He had confidence in himself, and it just wasn't there because of the high usage. So how did they look?
They saw him the night before.
And that as well, because they kept throwing the same guys out there who they had so much trust in. So how do they look as August kind of turns into September, and then you need them again in the playoffs? That's more, again, a curiosity. Jose Ferrer adds a nice little change-up to the mix there that you don't have to always call on Gabe Speier when you need key outs against lefties. That would be my curiosity. And then, yeah, Cole Young is just kind of, I would call it an unknown instead of a concern, because you have so many veterans in this lineup. I was thinking about it as you were rattling off that question. Look, what's your biggest concern? I was like, well, you know what? Performance-wise, certainly, we don't know what to expect out of Randy this year. It was kind of an unstable season. Still waiting to see Victor Robles. But these guys are veterans. You know what they can do at the major league level. You've seen them do it for many years. The infield outside of Cole Young, stable. Josh Naylor and Brendan Donovan. If we're going to flip this question, who do I have the most confidence in? Those corners. Naylor and Brendan Donovan. Those two, along with Cal Raleigh. So those bases on the infield I have the most confidence in. And then it's Cole Young, who has been given this opportunity to win the starting job, feels like he's going to have that. And kind of like the conversation with J.P. Crawford, what do you do if he does struggle? Do you go to Leo Rivas? I mean, then Leo Rivas, is he your everyday second baseman? If it gets to the point where for some reason, worst case scenario, if Cole Young needs a couple of days off or if they have to send him down, that's the absolute worst case scenario. But what's your alternative now at second base? That would be the only kind of unknown and curiosity for me.
Yeah, I mean, your utility guys, even though they've got Donovan pegged as your third baseman, obviously he's a guy who's played a lot of outfield, certainly the majority of his career at second base. You got Ref Snyder, who can play multiple spots, and then Leo Rivas. So those are your three options when it comes to filling in as we sit right now. Text line is there for you, 866-979-3776. What's your biggest concern with this team? If you've got, maybe you don't have any concerns. Because I don't have any legit concerns. More questions, but I don't know. I unless there's something I'm missing. Joe in Bellevue says third base defense is my concern. I'm curious to see how Donovan looks there. It's not his natural spot. It's the least, of when you look at his career, the majority of his career has been at second. And then the next on the pecking order would be left field. I believe he played the most games besides second. And then at third base, it was like 40-some starts or something like that. So, yeah, certainly he's got the least amount of experience at third base. So, yeah, I'm curious about it. I don't worry about it like I did with Polanco. Because Polanco was an older player whose range was a little limited and his arm at second didn't look awesome versus third. And we saw it when he five-hop it to first. I mean, it was a bad idea. I don't have that same level of concern with Donovan. Donovan's a younger guy who's only got, 4 years in the league at this point, so the wear and tear on his body is completely different. Doesn't mean he's going to be great. Maybe it's not a natural spot. Maybe it does become problematic, but I don't have I had concern about Polanco as a third baseman. When they said that, immediately I was like, wait, what? That's your answer at third base is Jorge Polanco, who was coming off a horrible season? So, yeah, that's not the same for me. I'm more curious about Donovan at third than I am worried about him.
Yeah, and I think I would just kind of, again, highlight Cole Young because it doesn't sound like maybe that was their preferred plan going into the offseason. I just wonder if they would have liked a softer landing for Cole Young, just kind of based on what Jerry told you guys down at spring training last week is, hey, you're putting Cole Young there, but what happens if it doesn't work out? It sounds like, there was probably another guy they really did want back. Who knows where they would have put him? Maybe it's second again, but it sounds like they really did want Jorge Polanco back this offseason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm just excited Donovan's on the team. I love his attitude. We've raved about that interview. Again, if you haven't heard it, it's on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. I don't know how you listen to it and not fall in love with this guy, but it doesn't mean he's going to be spectacular everywhere, every day. And maybe third base could be problematic. I don't know, but I just don't worry about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that big overwhelming concern, at least at this point, as long as in health is always the obvious. But outside of that, just looking at performance and what I expect, the team's in great shape. This team's really in a good spot with the way the roster's put together. Jerry DiPoto, who was on with us at spring training, talked about he had one minor regret with the offseason.
I think we came into this spring training with fewer holes, less expected need. We had very specific targets through the off season, what we wanted to achieve. We feel like and if I'm being honest, with the exception, we would love to have brought Jorge Polanco back. That's and if he shows up in camp tomorrow, I'd be thrilled. But the other players that we acquired, be it Rob Ref Snyder or Brendan Donovan or Jose Ferrer or bringing back Josh Naylor full time, this is what we wanted our offseason to look like. Specifically those names, and because we had fewer holes to fill, we were able to target those players and just stay patient and just drive toward getting it. And we came up one short, but I'm really satisfied with the group that we have, and think that we should be on that dance floor again and doing the things that we did, and hopefully this time we're not eight outs away. We're in the dance.
Yeah, so they wanted Polanco back. Obviously, he was crucial to this team. Got off to a great start, fell off a cliff, had a horrible second month, and then he kind of found a middling point, and then the postseason, he was crucial for him. So, yeah, he was a productive guy, 26 home runs. He's a decent fielder. He's not a great fielder. He's decent. But, yeah, you're looking at that production going, all right, he came through. That's a veteran who came through when the lights were the brightest in the postseason. That's a big element to miss. So I get why you wanted him back. I wanted him back. And I didn't want him at the beginning of the season. Again, coming off a horrible season, and he was hanging around out there for what seemed like forever. No other teams were breaking the door down to get him, and it felt like a consolation. Like, well, we couldn't get anybody else, so we're bringing Jorge back. And he's going to be our third baseman, which, yeah, still doesn't make sense to me. But I get it. I love the offseason. Would have been perfect if they got Polanco back, but I agree with Jerry. I love what they were able to do. And I think this team – I don't know. I got a lot of confidence in the way this team's put together.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time.
Yeah, it's a weird season to come into as a Mariner fan and not have a glaring, this is wrong, or why didn't they address this, that? I mean, you can nitpick and say, well, I would have loved another bat. Well, Jerry said the same thing. It didn't work out with Polanco. But outside of that, there's very little to complain about, if anything. What will be the lasting impact of this year's WBC? We're going to get into that coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk.
I got a text from a friend that said, I'm having a discussion with a buddy.
Morning 6 to 10.
He says the Mariners are better than last year. I told him I'd get your expert opinion. Well, I appreciate being labeled an expert in this case.
Did you answer?
I did answer.
On paper, you would see that this is a more mature team and a complete team.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10 on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you have joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
What joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Learn more about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're 62 or older, lots of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or HELOC, well, it means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home, it's insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Ewart here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really got 3 options. Number 1, sell your home. 2, get a HELOC or refinance. Or 3, get a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis and believes that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their homes without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? No. Call today and let's compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com. Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The WBC championship game is tonight between Team USA and Venezuela. Cal Raleigh not in the starting lineup. Will Smith is catching. Eugenio Suarez is batting cleanup for Venezuela. The Dolphins continue to unload players. They've traded wide receiver Jalen Waddle to the Broncos, along with a 4th-round pick for the Broncos' first-round selection. And the Kraken host the Lightning tonight. Tampa's the only team that the Kraken have never beaten at home.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up at 3:30, we'll catch up with the voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith. Stay tuned for that. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Taking a look at you, just we're talking about the WBC. You got the final happening tonight between the U.S. and Venezuela. Are you invested in this? Have you been watching on the edge of your seat all these games, or have you just been checking in here and there?
Me or the listeners?
You.
Okay. You know I have. We watch on my iPad. We had to squeeze
but that
around
was
the
Team
TV.
USA. Are you watching the other matchups?
I have. Once it got into the knockout round. Pool play, it was kind of tough. I mean, the DR was fascinating to watch just because of that all-star murderer's row lineup. I mean, Julio batting 7th. The DR-Venezuela round-robin game I watched outside of Team USA. And then, when all these knockout games are happening, I was fascinated with Canada and the U.S. or Puerto Rico, Italy, or whoever they matched up against. But those are highly entertaining. Venezuela, Italy last night was thrilling. I do like that it's in Miami, and you had a huge rooting interest for Venezuela and the Dominican Republic. It's going to be, they said it. Joe Davis said in the broadcast last night, it's going to be a road game for the U.S. on home soil.
Even because they're the home team.
They're the home team because of a coin flip. But there is a massive Venezuelan population in Miami, and to see the pride that they have for this team in the World Baseball Championship, it's going to be cool to watch. It's going to be an atmosphere much better than anything you'd see in spring training.
You think the U.S. fans feel the same way?
No.
I think it means more to the other countries.
It absolutely does.
This isn't the Olympics. It's not the Olympics, and it's not the equivalent of the Olympics. I've heard people say that. It's like the Olympics. No, it's not, other than it's, countries facing off against other countries.
Well, I think it's baseball-wise, I think it's bigger.
Huh?
Baseball-wise, it's bigger. I think it would mean more to win the WBC than to win the Olympics.
Yeah, but
about players.
But just in terms of the magnitude of the actual event, the Olympics are on a different level than this. This is a tournament. This is an exhibition tournament where – yeah, you're still playing for your country. I just think that's why it means more. These fans are maybe more invested in, Venezuelan fans, Dominican fans. Those fans are more invested than I'm not saying U.S. fans aren't invested, but I don't feel like baseball fans are watching this the way they would if it were the Olympics.
Well, and also because we have our own rooting interests. As you said, you're a Mariners fan. You're not necessarily a Team USA fan right now. You want them all back healthy. So that's the thing. From the USA perspective, we're all fragmented. When you have this national pride, like in the Dominican Republic, there's not a pro league there. There's not a league that takes up so much of their interests and makes them crazed 8 months out of the year. So this is their biggest event, to see all these people who came from their hometown that are no longer there. So I think that's what's tough with those countries where your best stars are exported to the United States. Because
you've got stars that aren't even playing anymore.
Yeah, this is where, the best baseball is played. So if you had some kind of semblance of a big pro league in like in Argentina or like the Dominican Republic, maybe that takes on higher importance. But because this is what they have, do you think, we'll go pull them. Do you think they care about Winter Ball?
I don't know. Yeah. I've never been to a game in Winter Ball.
They don't as much as the World Baseball Classic, where you're getting to compete on the world stage against the United States and their all-stars of talent. So, I think it means a lot more for these teams because this is what this country has.
Yeah, I also understood what Aaron Judge was saying. I know he took some heat for it, saying that atmosphere was better than the World Series because it's one and done. You're in the knockout round, and it's like playing Game 7 of the World Series where you don't win, that's it, it's over. So that sort of immediacy brings forth more intensity than, hey, we lost Game 1. They've got to win 4. We got Game 2 coming up. I mean, you've got a series in front of you. One, you lose early in that. You're like, yeah, sucks to lose, but we got opportunity to still win this thing versus a knockout round. Everybody's going to be intense and on the edge of their seat. Yeah. So I think, to me, that's what he was responding to. It's just that, and you've got a fragmented fan base, as you're talking about. You've got U.S. fans. You've got the Italy fans or whoever they're facing, Dominican. It's just kind of constant energy that, if you're, again, the Yankees and you're playing at home, it's great. When you're on the road, your fans aren't there. You don't have that constant cheering and noise and intensity going both ways. It's going one way.
Yeah, and MLB got rid of any kind of single-game knockout. And the wild cards were pretty exciting. And then they changed that to a series because it wasn't really fair to play an entire season and then say, hey, we're going to throw it to chance that one fickle outing might doom your team in the postseason. So once they got rid of the one-game wild cards, you don't really have this do-or-die immediacy. You'd have to fast forward to a Game 7. Where Dodgers Blue Jays in the World Series or Mariners Blue Jays in a Game 7 in the ALCS, that kind of conjures up close to that atmosphere. But it is so one-sided. You're right in talking about, hey, Game 7 was in Toronto. So when the Mariners were doing well early on, it's just deathly quiet. You don't get to experience joy all the time when you have a United States, Dominican Republic, or U.S., Venezuela, and you have so many fans from both countries there that they're constantly cheering. So it adds that big game atmosphere to it. You'd have to get to like the later innings of a Game 7, I think, to even come close to what this is going to be tonight and what Venezuela, Italy was last night, or the DR, U.S. was 2 nights ago.
Text coming in, 866-979-3776. Bob, haven't been listening lately. How do you feel about Cal chumming up to Bregman over the past 2 weeks? Has that been going on? Have they been?
They're teammates, I guess. I'm sure they have been.
I would hope he would ignore him the way he ignored Randy.
No, they're teammates. I mean, that's the issue.
That doesn't mean
he defends his teammates.
You don't need to chum up to him. You can be in the same room, and you're hoping he comes up with a hit and plays well, but you don't need to be his buddy.
I hate to tell you, these guys are all probably pretty friendly. Ugh. Especially they've been together for, a few weeks now.
Yeah.
You bind. You get close.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like him cozying up to that. Let's see. The Dominican Republic absolutely has a league, says the 206.
Sure. But that wasn't the thing. We were saying the magnitude of MLB.
360 WBC is way more entertaining than Major League Baseball. More emotion and personality is great for the game. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a very compacted, condensed amount of time versus a 162-game season. So I get why you're saying that. You're right in that small window because every game means the world. You get in the knockout round, that's it. You lose, you're out, it's over. So the immediate nature of it is going to lead to more excitement, more tension versus, game 57, of a 162 season. I get it, but overall, it's not more. It's certainly not more important. It's not. It's a different entity. It's not. I can't compare it to Major League Baseball season because it's a tournament.
Yeah,
it's such a short amount of time.
It's the perfect entity for right now on the calendar. Because injury fear aside, come on, spring training or WBC games. There's no contests about which are more entertaining. So to have it right here in this little 2-week span, it's great for baseball. It's great to boost up this excitement leading into opening day. If they ever tried to move it on the calendar or if they did something else with it, you might not be as overwhelmingly excited about what it does for the sport. But right now it's perfect because your alternative is a spring training game where it's fun. It's cool to go down there and watch in person. Nothing comes close to that juice of a WBC compared to spring training.
Yeah, you can't replicate that in spring. That 206 firing back to you, Lefko, said, no, you said they don't have a pro league.
No, I didn't say that. I said they don't have anything comparable to Major League Baseball. So,
all right. The excitement continues to build over the Sonics' likely return, for some at least. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news this morning from ESPN.
Is it finally happening?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
ESPN's Shams Charania, the NBA, will vote next week to explore adding expansion teams in Vegas and Seattle. Joining us now, Shams himself.
The NBA is projecting that both Seattle and Las Vegas would immediately jump into the top 8 of revenue-generating teams.
Stay caught up on the latest at seattlesports.com and Seattle Sports on 710, the app, and YouTube.
Flying chickens in a barnyard.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
P&D Tree Service, local experts in tree removal. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. PNDTreeservice.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 3:30, less than 15 minutes from now, we'll catch up with the voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith. Text line is there for you, 866-979-3776. Yesterday, we were talking about the news coming out about a vote happening with the NBA, and it's a formality that Sonics are on their way back, right? That Seattle and Vegas are going to get expansion teams, and, we talked about, the excitement of that, and we had people texting in. And a lot of them were very negative, as happens on the text line. And you guys can text in on this. Again, 866-979-3776. How many of you out there have been following the NBA, despite Seattle not having a team? I know there are basketball fans out there. I know there are NBA fans out there. They'll text in every once in a great while, but I don't know that there's a ton of them. But are you somebody that's still a fan of the league? You still watch it despite Seattle not having a team? Now, so that's question one. And question two is for those that have texted, and we saw a lot of these yesterday. Bleep the NBA. I'll never watch that sport again. And we heard or read a couple of different reasons. One was either, I hate the way the game is today. What did they call it? Soccer with hands yesterday, that they flop and there's no defense played. And then others are just mad that the NBA took the team out of Seattle, which I can totally relate to. which is the bigger reason you're not watching? You won't watch. Those that are saying that, I don't care if the Sonics come back, I'm not watching, I'm not going. Is it more about the league being, the ones that rip the team out of here, or is it more about you don't like the product that it's morphed into at this point?
Yeah, I wonder if there's another kind of sub-tier of that, if some people are still, because of how bitter the departure was and how scarred they were and all this, well, we've heard this before, if they still are waiting just to make sure, to not get their hopes up, because we know we can throw it out there, but until you hear the NBA commissioner say the NBA is expanding to Seattle and Vegas, I wonder if there's a subset of people who will come back but are still waiting until that official announcement, because I understand that aspect of it as well. I still am confused, but each to each his own. I'm still kind of confused about the fan that just is hard and fast. No. If you loved basketball before, if you loved the Sonics before, and now they're coming back, I am curious why. And maybe it would take until you see another game here. If you see that civic joy and all of a sudden they conjure up some kind of run early on like the Kraken did in year 2, where if the Sonics start to be good and make the playoffs, then would that fan that has sworn it off come back? What would it take? Or just, hey, they're out for good, for end all be all, never ever watching the Sonics or cheering for them again.
Well, and again, I think there are a lot of those fans you just talked about. I saw a lot of texts coming in basically saying, I'll believe it when I see it. Right? I've been teased before. There's certainly that. So that's real. But and I think both can be true when you're one of those fans saying, I don't care. They can come back to town. I'm not watching. I'll never watch an NBA game again. And it could be, it's partly because of the team being ripped out of Seattle, and it's also partly because of the way the game is played today. But I'm curious, which is more? Which is the bigger reason you're committed, your heels are dug in, you're just committed to never watching the NBA again, and you were once an NBA fan, you were once a Sonics fan, but you're now that person, that guy or girl saying, nope, I'm done. I don't care if they're back in town. What's the biggest reason? I know it can be both, but I feel like it's still more about the NBA taking the team out of the city. But there were a lot of people going, yeah, I was a Sonics fan. I was a season ticket holder, blah, blah, blah. I loved them. I hate this game. And we said soccer with hands, and they're flopping, and nobody plays defense, and it's just not a good product. Saw a lot of that on social media. We saw it on the text line. So I was curious, which is the bigger reason for those that are committed to saying, nope, I don't care. Let them come back. I'm not watching.
Well, I think, those people chime in again as well, because I think that's probably a corollary of not having a team. So it stems from the bitterness. And then because you don't have a team, you're not invested in it. You sit there and you just turn it on casually. And there's nothing to hook you if you don't have a rooting interest. And you don't have a reason to care night in and night out. If you didn't have a baseball team, it would be really hard to sit down and watch a lot of baseball games every single night, because the product is not up to some people's standard. It's not what they like. Maybe they like fast pace, or maybe they want constant drama, which baseball is not every night of the year, especially during the regular season. So for the NBA, it's not that. But if you have a team, you're watching every single game. You're watching regardless of what happens. And you don't really care if the product is, quote, watered down, because that's what it is now. People are faster. Outside shooting is a big part of it. If you grew up in the original days of the Sonics, you loved to kick it down into the post, and the big men, they did their thing. So the game has constantly changed, but that happens in every sport, and we adapt to it. You could argue that with football. The game has turned into flag football. You can't touch a guy. Wyman sits right here and complains about defenses. Can't do anything anymore. So I think that goes hand in hand. I would hope someone isn't just not watching because they don't like the NBA, and then they're not going to watch when the Sonics come back. But we'll see. We're getting a lot of responses. You're right. There's still a lot of passion, which is good to see, because this text line is just blowing up right now.
206, the game of basketball is so different now that I don't care. It's garbage. Even if the Sonics come back, I'm out. The game is trash now.
I think that's still the bitterness of the Sonics. I'm not going to answer for that person. For me, I understand. Like, it's the bitterness, and then you're slowly sour on the sport.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a baseball team, I wouldn't necessarily watch baseball night in, night out as well. Hopefully these people come back to it. I think it would be a lot of fun to have this team back and have everyone who kind of disavowed it come back to the sport as well.
206, agreed, left co. LeBron has kept me going, but it's slowly dying. Make traveling illegal again, says 425. Let's see. The hell no, I won't watch the NBA ever again fan is the same dope that's still boycotting anything Starbucks because it was Schultz that sold the team to the carpetbagger Bennett. Bitter ninnies. Ninnies? That's an old school term there, huh?
Yeah.
That's
I don't think I've heard that.
Game is terrible now, but if we get the Sonics back, I'm in.
Yeah,
See,
there you
I
go.
think
See,
I think that
yes.
person's probably in the majority where they
yeah.
look at it, they probably taken in some NBA here and there and said, "Man, I hate the way the game is going." Oh, but we have a team? All right, color me present.
And then the game's
I tend to be
and
in
then
that.
the game's wonderful when the Sonics start winning.
Because I've watched games, right? I'm not nearly. I was a diehard
Mm-hmm.
NBA fan. I'm not there, but I've certainly watched games, and it is different. People saying that are not wrong. It is a different game, but we'll see. We'll maybe come back to this because there's a lot of text coming in on that. Meanwhile, it's getting close to opening day when you see this guy popping up everywhere. Aaron Goldsmith. He's going to pop up on this show. He's going to join us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes are going to come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price never changed for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet's going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We'll be catching up with Aaron Goldsmith momentarily, voice of your Seattle Mariners. We will get back to the Sonics conversation because the texters came flying in. For those of you that just tuned in, the question was, if you're one of those people that say, I will never watch this sport again, I don't care if the Sonics come back, is the bigger reason, I know it can be multiple reasons, but is the bigger reason you're not going to watch ever, is it because the NBA took the team away from Seattle, or is it because you just don't like the game as it exists today? You don't like the way it's played? Because we're seeing a lot of that. And we'll get back to that later in the show, and you guys can text in 866-979-3776. But joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, a man I'm happy to speak with because it means we're very close to the start of the baseball season. The voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith, is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's good to be with you again.
Miss seeing you down there in spring training. We're used to running into you a time or two, but we didn't cross paths this time. So I assume you're down there now enjoying the heat?
I only come when it's almost 100 degrees. It's in my contract, and so it's 95 today, so it seemed like that was the perfect time to come down.
You know, the one thing we've been talking about going into spring and certainly into this season, Aaron, is the vibe around that building, and I know you haven't been there the entire time, but it just feels like there's not hope, it's expectation. That, you know, I think in years past, like, man, if everybody stays healthy and this, I hope we could be one of those teams. We could be in contention. Now I feel like if they're not in contention, it's a disappointment that they expect it. That there's that level of confidence, and that's where it's changed for me. Do you get that vibe at all?
I do get that vibe. I don't, from my perspective, I don't think it has changed much since last year. I think it's just amplified more than last year, if you want to split hairs on it. I think there was a similar feeling last spring training based on how close they were the previous two seasons, right? It was last year really felt like kind of a make or break kind of season. Because if you go back to when the Mariners snapped the drought, there was this really a strong belief, and rightfully so, the Mariners were going to be in the postseason picture more times than not in the next however many years, right? 5, 6, 7 years. And then to miss it by just a seam of a baseball in the 2 following years, I think there was just this kind of a heavy weight, a dark cloud that was kind of hanging over the franchise, because there was belief in that building that they had made moves in the offseason, whether if you go back to Teoscar Hernandez or in season with acquiring Randy Arozarena and then not making it. I think there was this feeling last spring like, hey, enough is enough. The talent is in the building. It's up to these guys to make it happen. We have to make it happen. And sure enough, they put together, the best, in many ways, the best year in franchise history, maybe not in terms of just wins and losses, but in terms of a postseason run. And now when you think about a full year of Naylor, hopefully a healthier pitching staff, and you can kind of go on from there in a couple other directions as well. And the momentum from being 8 outs away from the World Series, yes, there is 100% that belief again, and even more of a founded belief, I think, that this is a team that has everything required to not just make a deep run into October, but to even potentially bring home the first ever World Series in franchise history.
Aaron, we were kind of remarking about how it's not bad, but just unusual to not go into a season where there aren't really a lot of position battles, where everything seems so settled. For you now, over this next kind of week plus until the regular season gets here, what are you going to be looking for then with spring training, not necessarily deciding who's starting at so-and-so position?
Yeah, I think the Mariners are in a pretty good spot from that standpoint. I think every manager and every general manager or president of baseball operations, they all want a boring spring, right? And a boring spring means that people stay healthy and there aren't a whole lot of spots of competition. And the Mariners are fortunate enough to be in pretty calm waters in those 2 buckets. Obviously, the news today of J.P. Crawford going to see Dr. Meister in Dallas because of a shoulder isn't great news. And Bryce Miller dealing with the oblique, same thing. I think there's great hope that neither of those are especially serious. But outside of a backup catcher spot, it's been pretty boring in terms of what the actual 26-man will look like come opening day. That's a good thing, right? And when you have as deep of a run into the postseason as the Mariners had last year and retained as many high-caliber players as they did, this is the dividends that you reap because of that. So that's a good thing for the Mariners. But I think right now you're just in straight countdown mode, right? Survive the heat, avoid the injury bug, and just get to opening day. And I think that's what Dan Wilson, if I was Dan, I'd have a whiteboard with whatever it is, 9 or 10 days left until you get out of here. And you're eager to cross off every day and get one day closer to that Thursday back at T-Mobile Park when you can get things going for real.
We were talking about the JP situation, Aaron, and just, playing the hypothetical. Let's say he starts the season on the IL, or he's gonna miss some time. What do you think is the road they go? And I know I'm asking you to guess, but obviously you've got Leo Rivas there as your utility guy who can play shortstop. But you also have Colt Emerson, who hasn't been crushing the ball this spring, but has had his moments and certainly looks good defensively. Could you see them starting the clock on him, even if it was going to be for, I don't know, a 10-day IL stint and JP comes back, then they send him down to AAA? How do you think they would play that out?
My gut tells me that if it's let's just call it a minor setback for J.P. Crawford and he is back relatively soon, it would surprise me if the move was Colt Emerson. Obviously, the future is very bright for Colt. He's one of the very top prospects in baseball. But if it's going to be a short stay on the injured list for J.P. Crawford, I think the Mariners are in good position with Leo Rivas. I think that opens up a door for Master Boney to make the opening day 26-man roster. And Rivas is a highly regarded defender. He's a switch hitter, which gives you a kind of a coveted right-handed bat. It's a very left-handed heavy lineup, everybody in the infield. So that would be my guess. Rivas, I think, opened up a lot of eyes last year, obviously in the postseason, but in the regular season too, and given the opportunity. So, in short, that would be, as of right now today, what I would guess that they would do if needed.
Isn't that strange, Aaron? Yeah, you just mentioned. I didn't really think about that until we got down there last week. I was like, oh, this infield is so left-handed heavy. I can't really remember the last time I've seen so many left-handed hitting bats in this Mariners lineup.
Yeah, it is. it is strange. I think, the Mariners obviously had their eye on Brendan Donovan for quite some time now. And it's one of those things where if you're Jerry and Justin and you're Dan Wilson in the room as well, like you just want a quality player, right? And you're going to prioritize a good hitter, a good player, and a good clubhouse presence over, but does he hit righty? I mean, obviously there are some things that you might kind of hope for or wish for, but the bottom line is, like, let's just take Donovan, for example, since he's one of the new faces in camp. I mean, the early reports of what he is just like, I think they knew what he was like as a baseball player. I think that's obvious. But what he is like as a clubhouse presence and just how he fits in. Guys, I know you probably experienced the same thing when you were both down here. I just marvel every year of just the quality of person that the Mariners are able to attract and acquire, whether it's a new third base coach, whether it's a new third baseman, a reliever, like you name it, from top to bottom, whether you're in uniform or out, it's pretty remarkable. They have really done, I think, as good of a job as any team could possibly do in finding that perfect kind of Venn diagram of you're really good at what you do and you are a very good fit to our culture and our clubhouse. They've been able to hit on both of those things time after time after time with whatever kind of personnel that they are needing to acquire. So credit to the decision makers in the organization, the higher ups, because it's a lot harder, as you guys can imagine, to get a scouting report on this player as a person than it is this player as a hitter or pitcher, right? Those things are easier to discover, but they do their due diligence in terms of that person as a human being, and they've hit it out of the park more times than not.
Hey, have you had a chance to catch up with Donovan? Have you talked to him yet?
I tried to. I was thinking about it today, but he was in line to hit with Seitzer, and I thought this is not a good way to make a first impression right as he's walking into the cage. So I let that pass. But everybody I've talked to, whether it's Shannon or Gary or Rick or whomever, I mean, they're just raving about him, obviously as a baseball player, but in terms of just how approachable he is and his willingness to share. And Gary and Shannon had a phenomenal long-form interview. I think you guys played it on your show not all that long ago with Brendan. And, I mean, just incredible baseball insight from him.
Yeah, we had a chance to catch up with him last week and had a great conversation with him. And he, much like that conversation, you just come away from it, Aaron, going, I love this guy. I love this acquisition. He's kind of like Naylor. He just feels like Naylor Part 2 in that he's just absolutely driven by how do I improve? How do I help the guy behind me? What can I work on today? I mean, he's just a maniac in terms of his work ethic. He's just so singularly focused on baseball. He just is a grinder, and you can't talk to the guy and not come away from it going, wow, what an asset this guy is going to be. Just his presence, much less what he does on the field, which I can't wait to see. But you nailed it when you talked about just the impression you get from him. He's remarkably consistent in that message. And just, again, I've been saying to Mariner fans who didn't hear the interview that we did with him last week, you can't listen to it and not come away from it going, I love this guy. I absolutely love this addition to the team.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I remember, if you bear with me for a second, I remember in 2016, I think that was the year, the Mariners were in Chicago playing the Cubs, and the Cubs were hot, World Series, the whole thing. And I remember going in the Cubs clubhouse before a game one day and looking around and just thinking to myself, this room is just full of dudes. You had John Lester, you had Jake Arrieta, who was winning a Cy Young, right? You had Anthony Rizzo. You had you had Javi Baez, the whole position player core that they had of just young, bright stars. You had Chris Bryant, who had won a Rookie of the Year, the whole MVP running, the whole thing. And it was just like one guy after another. And it blew me away. When you go in that Mariners clubhouse now, you really start to get the same feeling. Because you start looking around and it's like, oh, okay, so you got George Kirby, and you got Luis Castillo, right? You got Wu, Miller, like the whole rotation. You got Andres Munoz, arguably the best closer in baseball, certainly in the conversation for top 2 or 3. And then you start looking at the players, the position players. Oh, there's Cal Raleigh, MVP runner-up. Julio Rodriguez. I mean, you look at Donovan. You just go a Naylor, a Rosarena. I mean, I'm leaving off a bunch of guys, both pitchers and position players, but you start looking around and you're thinking, yeah, there's a reason, to go back to the beginning of our conversation, there's a reason why they feel like they can do what they believe in terms of pursuing a World Series title seriously. I mean, this is as loaded of a roster as this organization has had in a long, long time. And it feels like we've said that for the last few years, and I think it's been fair each time. It's kind of been building and building and building, and each guy kind of gets a little bit better and a little bit better. And now when you look around, it's like, yeah, they should feel confident. People should think that this is a team that can go all the way to the World Series, because they just have, bottom line, a ton of dudes. They got way more dudes than a lot of other teams in Major League Baseball. They should feel confident. They should feel like they can hoist a trophy at the end of the season.
Hey, Aaron, everything you just mentioned, how do you think that can help someone like Cole Young? With all those guys and all those dudes and all the veterans you just mentioned, what does that mean for Cole Young as he starts this season?
Well, I would imagine, not to speak for Cole, but I would imagine that it just takes so much pressure off of him, right? I mean, they don't need Cole Young to go hit 300. They don't need Cole Young to go hit 40 doubles. Like, hey, be a quality at-bat at the bottom of the order. Find a way to get on base. You have a good eye. You draw a fair share of walks. You can sting one to the gap. Go find a way to get on base for when this lineup card turns over, and go play yourself some quality defense. And you can be a real contributing member to a postseason baseball team with World Series aspirations. And I think when you look back at Cole's seasons last year, the takeoff was a little rough. The landing was a little rough, right? But when he was at his cruising altitude in the middle, he put up some really good numbers. It didn't start great and it didn't end great. And I think you can understand both of those. Like the starting, it's like, well, yes, obviously he's adjusting to Major League pitching. And then very possibly it's just the length of a season that he's never played for that long, certainly at that high a level. It just kind of wore him out. Now, how much of that is the case, I'm not sure. It would stand to reason. But I think there's a lot to build on there if you're Cole Young. And you don't need it. If you're Cole Young, you don't need to stand out to be a contributing member of this roster. Can you find a way to be a productive hitter at the bottom of the order and play steady defense? And that's what the Mariners need from him.
Aaron, where are you at with the WBC? I've looked at it and said, my concerns about injuries aside, I don't want anybody getting hurt. That's what I'm most the biggest priority for me. But I think it can be great in two ways in that, yeah, some of your veterans, Julio, Cal, Randy, Josh, everybody that participated, maybe they get off to a quicker start because they're playing at a much more intense level. They're playing games that have consequence. And on top of that, the other part of it is the young guys in spring training maybe getting a longer look, getting more of an opportunity than they otherwise would with those guys in camp. How do you see the WBC? Is it all positive? Is there any negative to it? How do you view it?
I mean, injuries aside, as you mentioned, I don't see anything negative to it. I think it's for a guy like, let's take Gabe Spire, for example. Like, I think that's a massive confidence booster for a guy like Gabe. Not that he needed it. I think he proved last year that he's one of the premier left-handed relievers, especially if you kind of filter that down to guys who don't pitch in the ninth inning in Major League Baseball. But if you look at, Gabe Spire, go back, I don't know, at this point, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, his future in baseball was pretty unclear, especially at the Major League level. I mean, he was a floundering left-handed reliever, and now he's pitching for Team USA in the WBC, right? It's a remarkable story, truly. Cal Raleigh isn't in that kind of similar bucket, but nonetheless, Cal Raleigh was the guy who, 2 or 3 years ago, he was not considered the premier catcher or one of the top 2 or 3 catchers in baseball, and now he is. And I think even for a guy like Cal coming off the season he put on that uniform and you're in that room with those players. I think it's a good thing, not only from a confidence, but from a knowledge standpoint as well. I have to imagine that no matter the player, no matter the country, you're going to learn something being around those guys in that atmosphere. So the Mariners, to their credit, are remarkably supportive of it. I think the number is 17 players from the organization were in the WBC, more than any other team in the majors. So obviously just one more game tonight. Hopefully everybody has a safe 9 innings. But I do think overall it's been I wouldn't want to take anything away from that experience from those players. I think those are memories that they'll cherish for a lifetime, relationships that they either further ingrain or begin to build with people around the game. I think those are all positives for all those guys.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But I have to say on the other side of it, I absolutely loved that Brian Wu said, you know what, it's great, but no thanks. My focus, my priority is being healthy for this team, for the Mariners. And I don't know, something that got me. I loved it. I was like, yes. I just love that that's his focus. That's his mentality. Not that there's anything wrong with playing for Team USA, playing in the WBC, but my priority as a fan is the Mariners. Yeah, go Team USA, but I care more about the Mariners than I do about this.
I totally agree. It's I think we would all agree that it's a case-by-case situation for every player, right? And I would imagine the Mariners would have given their blessing for Wu, although I can't say that definitively. They've been, as I said, so supportive of any player in the WBC historically. But what you fear and what you're hesitant about, if you're any of the 30 teams, is that a pitcher ramps it up too quickly, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you're really cautious and fearful of. And for a guy who has had an injury history, I say that, and he threw nearly 200 innings last year, but that was because he was as consistent as he was with the 6+ innings. He, unfortunately, as we all know, ended the year on the injured list, which obviously impacted the postseason. I think it goes to show you where Wu's mindset and focus is. And yes, I think I can speak for every Mariner fan. Every Mariner fan would have loved to watch him pitch on a world stage, and simultaneously every Mariner fan stood up and applauded when they learned that he turned that down to focus on Seattle.
Hey, Aaron, notably, we saw that there are no ABS challenges in the WBC. I mean, early on we saw that too when a guy tried to tap his helmet, but the way that the USDR game ended, that became quite apparent. But with it getting ramped up in spring training because of its implementation during the regular season, what do you think about how the Mariners have tried to use strategy around that, and what are you expecting to see early on? What are you curious about how the Mariners will use this ABS strategy?
So from what I've been able to gather, the Mariners did address some strategy, ABS strategy 101 before games began, and they will have kind of a further higher level ABS strategy course once Cal comes back, since obviously Cal is such a big part of that. But with his absence, it sounds like they've kind of waited for him to return because he's such a key piece to the challenge system with that. I think the Mariners are, like most teams, probably far more interested in having their catchers challenged than their pitchers challenged. The kind of the early returns of data, whether it's in the minor leagues for the last handful of years or even spring training last year, much smaller sample size, is that pitchers are pretty bad at challenging because they're heavily biased. And they're probably, in their defense, they're often fooled by their own catchers and their catchers' framing ability. And that catchers are better at challenging and that hitters are kind of in the middle. They're kind of 50-50. So I think what the Mariners are focusing on when they do kind of have this second round before opening day of talking strategy with the ABS is be very mindful of the leverage of the moment, right? If it's the first inning and there are 2 outs and nobody on, that's probably, and you're a hitter, that's probably not the best time to use the challenge, right? But if it's the 6th inning in a close game and there's 2 outs and the bases are loaded, that's a good time to use the challenge. So I think what it will all center on the leverage in the game, and is this worth potentially losing one? Because it gets a lot more dire once you only have one left, right? It feels a lot tighter. Like, oh, okay, we can. If you use one in the 3rd, now you feel like you got to wait till really late to use one. So I say that. I think the other thing the Mariners are mindful of is not having a game end with a challenge left. Now, and I say that unless you just keep winning and you just keep retaining your challenge, right? Like you got 8 of them because you're 8 for 8 or whatever it is. But I do think the Mariners are wanting to use the challenges. Don't get me wrong, but they want to be very mindful of when they use them.
Goldie, quickly before I let you go, just looking at the rest of the AL West, how do you see it stacking up? Because I'm looking at it going, okay, I think the Rangers and the A's are going to be better than they were last year. I think the Angels are still going to be at the bottom and probably worse. And I think the Astros are going to be probably less than they were last year. We could be wrong on all that, but how do you see it stacking up?
I think I generally agree with all that. I don't have a real good feel for Rangers and Astros and who will be better or worse between the two of them. But I think it will, by and large, come down to the Mariners and one of those two Texas teams. You know, the A's looked so good in April last year, and then it fizzled. That they have enough talent in their lineup that it can scare you, right? Like if they can get just a few of those guys hot, they've got some real talent in that order, and that's a real thing. Can they have, like, their bullpen last year was just a total mashup of guys who hadn't pitched some of them hadn't pitched in the big leagues ever, and they were, in their 30s because they've been pitching overseas or wherever. They just couldn't hold, even if they got a good performance out of a starter, they just couldn't hold in the bullpen. That was a lot for them to overcome last year, and that's part of the reason why they fell off the cliff. But I think the two Texas teams are the ones, again, that I would be most mindful of. But to say that it's the Mariners for the taking, I think is a very fair statement to make. The Mariners should feel like this is their division if they stay healthy and play like they are capable of playing.
He is the voice of your Seattle Mariners. Aaron Goldsmith has been our guest here with Wyman and Bob. Aaron, great to hear your voice, man. Can't wait to see you when the regular season starts. We'll see you on opening day. It's going to be a great day.
Hey, look forward to it, guys. Great talking Mariners with you. Have a good one.
We'll talk soon, man.
Thanks, Aaron.
There you go. There's Aaron Goldsmith, everybody. If you guys didn't catch all of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture, and it'll be right there waiting for you. And you can click subscribe, and it's totally free. That way it shows up for you every day. You don't even have to remember. Meanwhile, the national media is very high on the Mariners this year. We'll get more insight on one particular reason from MLB.com's Mike Petriello. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news this morning from ESPN.
Is it finally happening?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
ESPN's Shams Charania, the NBA, will vote next week to explore adding expansion teams in Vegas and Seattle. Joining us now, Shams himself.
The NBA is projecting that both Seattle and Las Vegas would immediately jump into the top 8 of revenue-generating teams.
Stay caught up on the latest at seattlesports.com and Seattle Sports on 710, the app, and YouTube.
Flying chickens in a barnyard.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
See country star Aaron Lewis and the State Liners. Country boy. At Muckleshoot Casino Resort, March 24th at 8 p.m. And now an added show on March 25th. He's a multi-platinum artist whose raw lyrics and powerhouse vocals have captivated fans for decades. Now, he and his band, the State Liners, are coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see Aaron Lewis at muckleshootcasino.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first baseline, a.k.a. Trident Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, and our entire rotation at work.
Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs, blew it by him, strike three.
Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
It is gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners' first homestand is stacked. Don't miss opening day on March 26th. Cal Raleigh 60 home run bobblehead night on March 28th. Presented by Alaska Airlines. And a star-powered showdown against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. March 30th through April 1st. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, we had the story yesterday about Alabama star Aiden Holloway being arrested and then removed from the Alabama team. Now it comes out authorities found 2.1 pounds of marijuana in his apartment when he was arrested on felony drug possession Monday morning. The amount discovered in the arrest is significant because any amount of marijuana above 2.2 pounds or a kilogram in the state of Alabama can result in drug trafficking charge. Holloway was removed from campus and is not with the team days before the NCAA tournament because of the arrest. Meanwhile, in the NFL, the Broncos find some help on the offensive side of things today as they acquire wide receiver Jalen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins. According to Adam Schefter, the Broncos will receive Waddle as well as the Dolphins' 4th-round pick, while the Broncos will send their 1st-round pick as well as a 3rd and 4th-round pick to Miami.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, the opening day for your Seattle Mariners is just right around the corner, just a few days left of spring training. So we start looking ahead to this season, and who better to do that with than a man who covers the sport for MLB.com. Does a great job in that, and he's with us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Mike Petriello is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great. Excited for the season.
Yeah, you and everybody else cannot wait for it. And I'm curious, you wrote a piece, I don't know, it's almost 2 weeks ago, where you were ranking the 30 teams there, and you had them in tiers. You had the Dodgers in their own tier. They were all by themselves. But the next tier had the Mariners in it, and I think it was something along the lines of, World Series ring or bust, something along those lines. Give me a sense of what went into that and how you came about putting the Mariners in that category.
Yeah, I think understandably the Dodgers sort of hover above the rest of the sport, as happens when you win 2 World Series in a row. But then you look at everybody else, and there's a second tier there where it's like just making the playoffs is probably not good enough. That's not success. When you're the Mariners, obviously you went to Game 7 of the ALCS. Just getting back to the wild card or whatever, that's not good enough. You want to go further. When I look at this Mariners team, I think this might be the most confident I feel in their roster in going on 25 years. Can't say I remember the 2001 team that well, but at least in the last couple of decades, this is a really solidly built team. I don't see any massive holes, like some things I can quibble with. And mostly I look around the rest of the American League, and I'm wondering who the super team is that they can't beat. I think the Blue Jays will be very good again, but I think a lot of things went right for them last year. Obviously, I like the Yankees, the Tigers, whatever, but I look at an AL West that I think is getting weaker, and I look at an American League that doesn't have a Dodgers-level team, and I think to myself, well, why not the Mariners? They are in position, and I really think this could be the year they get there.
Mike, the pitching is a known quantity out here, but what did you like about their offseason additions or maybe natural growth in the lineup? What about their lineup gives you confidence in this team?
I know everybody wants to point to Brendan Donovan, and yes, that's a good one. But the one I really liked was Josh Naylor, believe it or not, because I remember when I looked up, his numbers. I think it was over the last 2 seasons. I can't remember if it was 3. He and Cody Bellinger are really, really similar in a lot of ways. And I know you wouldn't think that to look at them, right? Like different body types, they don't look at all like each other. Naylor doesn't play the outfield. I get that, but just in terms of hitting, they're pretty similar. And you look at the contracts they got. And obviously Seattle's not always a place that batters want to go to, and Naylor clearly did want to go there. And I was like, this is one of my favorite deals of the winter, I think, because he's not going to be, 40 homer big bat, but that's fine. He's an above average bat who's reliable, who's a better first baseman than I think people probably give him credit for. And I think you take him, you take Donovan, obviously, to what was already a pretty good lineup, and all of a sudden it just gets deeper. You don't have sort of the black holes in some of these spots. And I think Seattle fans are really going to enjoy the Josh Naylor experience.
When you look at this team as it sits right now, and we'll see who they break camp with, but it seems pretty set for the most part. Where are the holes, if you see holes with this team?
Yeah, for me, it's a little bit about the infield. Cole Young has a lot to prove. Obviously, Cole Emerson, whoever's going to end up filling some of these second base and third base spots, Donovan helps with that a lot for sure. But you're still going to need one of these young guys to step up a little bit, especially with Williamson having been traded off to Tampa. And I've kind of always had some questions about J.P. Crawford because the defense, the metrics have never really stepped up to what I think his reputation is. And I know he's dealing with a little bit of an injury thing right now with the shoulder, which I don't think it's super serious, but obviously it's holding him back a little bit. So for me, I do think it's the middle infield, depending on how much Donovan plays there, as opposed to third base, outfield, where he'll get some time too. So you need one of those guys to step up, whether it's Young, Rivas, Emerson, somebody. That's a main trouble spot for me.
Hey, Mike, what would be maybe a fair or realistic expectation for Cal Raleigh offensively this year?
That's a great question because the expectation cannot be 60 homers. Maybe he'll do it, but if you're going into it saying, man, he doesn't hit six. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's wild to say hits 40 homers. That's taking a 20 homer step back, which is a crazy thing to say about that. I think the key thing for me here is that while I do think you saw his career year, I do think you saw the best year he'll ever give you. It's not like he wasn't previously a great player. 34 homers the year before, 30 homers the year before that. He's got this established track record of power and solid defense. And while I don't think I could say, hey, he's going to hit another 60 bombs, could I really reasonably sit here and say that I don't think he's going to hit 40? To say that's an expectation and not a great year, I think tells you a little bit about the amount of respect he's earned over the course of his career. So I will go with a very, very, very good season, if somewhat fewer than 60 home runs.
What's your feeling about the WBC as it pertains to the teams that these guys play for? We're looking at it out here. A, you're hoping nobody gets hurt. That's first and foremost. But B, maybe specifically in a case like Julio, who's a notorious slow starter, maybe this gets things going a little quicker. He's playing games that are much more intense, much more consequence attached to him. Do you think ultimately this is going to be a good thing for teams and these players that are participating, or is that something you're just like, well, maybe it is for some and others not so much?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit hit or miss. I mean, you're not playing that many games, and I'd have to go look it up, but I don't think Julio has been tearing the cover off the ball necessarily, because I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Maybe this will get him going, but I made that great catch the other night, right, to rob Judge, I believe it was, of a home run.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a little bit different for the hitters than the pitchers, just because you're going to get different amounts of playing time. And there's definitely been guys on the bench of some of these teams who've barely played at all. That's not Julio's issue, obviously, because he's been a starting player. So mostly I don't look at it as that big of a deal, with the exception of I really like it for some of the younger guys who are maybe, prospects coming up, and all of a sudden, instead of playing, another backfield game in Maryvale or whatever, here they are pitching to Julio Rodriguez or getting to face Tark Skubal or whatever. And those guys can really see what it's like to be in the locker room with these guys, feel what it's like for a game that really matters. So for the young players who are out there, I like that a lot. For the veterans, I'm not sure it's going to make that big of a difference carrying into the season.
Hey, Mike, along those lines of international competitions, I know some guys, and there have been talks about, maybe getting MLB players in the Olympics for 2028. Bryce Harper certainly expressed how much he likes the Olympics. And do you see that working, and what would be the impact on the MLB schedule?
I see it working just because everybody involved seems to want to make it work. Like, as you said, a number of players just seem to want to make it work. As far as I understand, that the league is interested in finding a way to make it work. And in my experience, if both the players and the owners want to find a way to make something work, they will find a way to make it work. So I'm guessing it will, come out in some way that it works. As far as the actual schedule, that's where it gets a little bit tricky. It's probably going to be over the All-Star break, and it's going to take 10-ish days. I think an important thing to remember, there's not nearly as many teams as there are for the WBC. So you can get through it a little bit faster, but it's going to interrupt the season. I think some of the guys who are not on these teams will have to find a way to keep fresh over that midseason break. But at the end of the day, we've never done this before. We have not seen pros in the Olympics interrupting the Major League season in quite this way. And when I say this way, just the way we're assuming it'll work, because it's not even codified yet. So the answer is, I don't think anybody who tells you they really know how this is going to affect everybody has any idea about it whatsoever, because it's going to be brand new.
Well, and then if there's a lockout, which it feels like is almost a certainty, that impacts that. If they're locked out, players aren't playing, is what I was reading from. So, yeah, it's good. I don't know. Any optimism on your part as far as the lockout goes? Are we too attached to the idea that it's a foregone conclusion?
What I think about that is, I know that is going to be a topic that dominates baseball conversation over the upcoming year, completely understandably so. But I also think we know one thing for certain, which is that in negotiations like this, it's rare, if not impossible, that anything will happen before the last second it needs to, right? So I sort of look at it as, the 2026 season is going to be a whole lot of fun, and I don't think anything important in the labor situation is going to change until November. So I sort of look at that as, that's a November problem. Right now, I'm interested in how much fun this season is going to be ahead.
Right, and I'm with you on that, but I'm curious if you, hypothetically playing it out, they do have a lockout and it interrupts the season. Can baseball rebound the way they did in the mid-'90s? I mean, in the mid-'90s, you had the McGuire-Sosa chase, and you had Cal Ripken chasing that record that kind of bailed them out, got people interested in the game where otherwise they might have turned their back and been angry. We don't know that anything like that's going to be going on, obviously. So is this a sport that can – obviously it'll survive, but what kind of damage do you think it does, assuming they lose some games?
I wouldn't assume that, and I also just don't think it can be answered without knowing what actually happens. If it's a couple weeks, it's one thing. If it's months, it's another thing. If it gets really salty on both sides, that's a different thing. It's pure speculation until we see how it actually plays out, which kind of goes back to what I said. I'm trying not to worry about it until the time comes when we need to.
Hey, Mike, love all the things that you guys add and tinker with on StatCast. Really makes kind of watching and following the sport so enjoyable. You guys put out the ABS dashboard recently with all of it coming on in spring training. Have you noticed anything that kind of surprises you about the data or maybe reaffirms a belief about what to expect with these ABS challenges when the regular season starts?
Yeah, that's been a lot of fun to watch. And to some extent, you have to remember who's not there because who is at the WBC, right? So we haven't seen a lot of Juan Soto. We haven't seen a lot of Aaron Judge and the players that we all are most interested in seeing. But what's been fascinating to me is we had this data from AAA for all of last season. And we looked at that and said, okay, here's what we think will happen. But also it's AAA. Who knows what happens when you get to the major leaguers? And so far in spring training, it's been kind of exactly what we saw from the AAA guys last year. It's been about a 50-50 overturn rate. Fielders, catchers specifically, are much better at this than batters. Pitchers are generally not allowed to do it, which is funny. And I really like the overturn rate being something like 50-50. I think right now it's 52%, because people love to say that umpires are terrible and awful. And I know that call that ended the Dominican game the other night was not, great, but it's like, when the players or challenge a call, they are cherry picking a call. They're saying, I think this is wrong. I'm getting to pick this one. And they're still only right half the time, which kind of shows me how hard it is to be an umpire and how great a job they really do, which I think is true. If you can't hit a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, it's also not easy to call if it's a ball or strike or not.
Hey, just back to the AL West quickly. I'm curious to just get your take on the other teams there. Do you still look at the Astros as the big bully that the Mariners need to worry most about, or are we sleeping on this A's team's got a lot of young talent? I don't know if they've got the pitching, but they got a lot of young talent. Rangers adding as well. Angels are the Angels. But what's your take on the AL West outside of the Mariners?
I think if I were to look at the 6 divisions, okay, obviously the Dodgers are the team that's the clear number one in that division. But of the other 5, I think I probably have the Mariners winning by the largest margin of any of the other 5. And that's because when I look at this division, I think the Angels are going to be, a mess, 100-loss team for the Angels. I think the A's have super fun hitting, as you said, and I don't know who's going to pitch for them at all. The teams that are interesting to me are mostly, Texas and Houston. I think Texas is going to be better than they showed last year. I really do. I think their lineup's going to be improved. If DeGrom's healthy, that's potentially a Cy Young there. And the Astros, I sort of feel like have hit the end of the line. I don't think they're going to be bad. I'm not trying to say a last place team or anything like that, but it's been a couple of years since I really looked at them as being this big bad bully of the West, probably since that last time they went to the World Series. And, the rotation has been limited now that Framber Valdez is gone, and I have questions about the lineup. And I don't know if Yordan Alvarez is going to be healthy enough to hit. So I do think that this is sort of the beginning of the end, I guess the end of the beginning, really, of their great run of dominance, because they just do not look like the same team. And that's kind of why I say this is the year for Seattle, because each year for the last, 3 or 4 seasons, I've looked at this division and said, man, that's a tough 3-team race right at the top. I have no idea who's going to win this because I kind of like all 3 teams evenly. And that's just not true anymore. I like Texas less than they did, and I like Houston less than that. And that's why I really think Seattle's got the edge this year.
Mike, what do you expect out of some of these key guys in the Mariners rotation? Very up and down year for Logan Gilbert or Bryce Miller last year with all these injuries. Do you have confidence in the bounce back? Do you still kind of wait and see what this rotation might be like? How do you feel about those 5 and maybe in a little bit of the depth pieces heading into the season?
Well, you said the word there, injuries, right? If healthy, which is a huge if, Woo, Kirby, Gilbert, Miller, these guys are all very, very good. Even Castillo, who I don't necessarily look as a borderline ace anymore, more of a good mid-rotation guy. But like every other team in baseball, it comes down to the if healthy. I think right now I would say they have, let's say, the second best rotation in the American League, because I think I like Boston's just a touch better, but it's not by that much. And then, you look at what they have coming up behind them, especially in the bullpen, Munoz and Brash. And I loved the trade for Jose from Washington, because I know that people looked at this deal and they said, oh, the Mariners are trading top prospect catcher and they're only getting a reliever with like a 4.5 ERA back. And not only was, Harry Ford blocked by Cal Raleigh, you look at all of the underlying metrics for Ferrer, every single one under the hood said this guy is so much better than that lousy ERA. He's going to get away from the worst framing catchers in baseball, a pretty lousy defense behind him. And I thought that was just a really, really smart and kind of under the radar move to improve what was already a really good pitching staff.
Hey, Mike, before we let you go, I'm just curious to get your take on Dan Wilson. You know how it is in each city. When their team loses a game, the fan base thinks the manager doesn't know anything. So, there's some of that, certainly with this, the way things ended. Dan doesn't know what he's doing with the bullpen, blah, blah, blah. Overall, what his first full season as a manager, I don't know. If you were going to grade him, was he better than you thought? Was he about what you thought he'd be? How do you view Dan Wilson after one full season as a manager?
Well, I guess you have to say better than you thought because they got to Game 7 of the ALCS. Right? Yeah. So by any definition, I understand that there's a bad taste in everybody's mouth. I remember watching some of those games and maybe not necessarily agreeing with all the decisions, sack bunts and bullpen choices. I don't think I'm alone in that. I'm sure a lot of the fan base feels exactly the same way. But I also remember a year ago, every Blue Jays fan wanted to chase John Schneider out of town because he had failed. And now he's the toast of the town because they had a great year. And I don't want to say managers don't matter because I don't believe that to be true. But I also think we know how quickly opinions can change on them back and forth. And I think what you can do is say, well, we got pretty far in the playoffs last year. We saw some mistakes, and hopefully we can see that maybe we don't make the same mistakes again. And that'll make you feel a lot better about it going forward.
Mike Petriello of MLB.com does a great job covering the sport. Follow him on Twitter at Mike_Petriello. Great stuff there for baseball fans. We always appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man, and look forward to talking to you again down the road.
Thanks a lot, guys. Enjoy the season.
There you go. There's Mike Petriello of MLB.com. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab. Click on our picture, and there it is, waiting for you after the show each and every night. And don't forget, click subscribe because it's free, which is the right price. And that way you don't have to remember. It just shows up for you. It's beautiful. But he's very high on the Mariners, saying, hey, wild card or just a trip to the playoffs is not – they're beyond that now, which is a good place to be. Yeah, it's certainly a higher bar that they have to reach, but I think it's a fair bar. He did that article. It was just, I think, under 2 weeks ago. I was looking at it, and he had the in tiers for the power rankings, if you will.
I just pulled it up.
The Dodgers have their own tier. They were number one, and so they're going for 3 in a row. He had them in their own tier. But the next tier had the Yankees, had the Mariners, had the next group of what he said it's not acceptable to be anywhere other than the World Series, essentially, to paraphrase.
Which is going to be tough because he has 9 teams here. So obviously they all can't make it. So a lot of teams are going to be disappointed. A lot will come
up short.
Yeah, I think he should have called the top tier Dodgers. He didn't. He just said chasing history. But yeah, you mentioned it to him. World Series or bust. So
how did he describe the tier 2?
That's what it's called. World Series or bust.
Yeah.
The tier 1, it should have been named Dodgers, but it was named History is in Sight, and tier 2 is literally titled World Series Ring. World Series Ring or bust. Oh wow. Okay.
See,
that's a little too much. World Series would be fine with me.
As confident as I am in the Mariners, and look, anything can happen, but the Dodgers are an all-star team. They really are an all-star team, and the idea that the Mariners would beat them in a 7-game series if both teams are completely healthy, which at the end of the year probably isn't likely, but just playing that hypothetical out, I wouldn't put money on it. They're capable. I would obviously be rooting for them to do it, but the Dodgers are a juggernaut if they're healthy. But they didn't cruise last year. They had some shaky moments, and it looked like they weren't going to get there last year, and they. Now they brought in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. They're just that much better. But, yeah, the American League, as Petriello was saying, there isn't a Dodgers. There isn't that giant in the American League. I mean, I really believe it's the Mariners and the Blue Jays and probably the Yankees.
And the Blue Jays, they loaded up. They got some guys, but they also had some significant departures. So you're talking departures, just looking at, all right, what don't they have from last year? The Mariners lost significantly less than the Blue Jays. Everything that Aaron was rattling off with us when Goldsmith was just on, it's like this guy, all dudes. Yeah. I mean, the Blue Jays lost Bo Bichette, and sure, he's replaceable. They lost Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, a decent postseason for them. Chris Bassett, one of their starting pitchers. So the Mariners' rotation is perfectly intact. The Blue Jays lost some things, and it is Blue Jays, Mariners once again, and the Yankees will always be there.
Polanco.
The Mariners lost Polanco. Yeah, that's a big loss, but compared to other teams, and the Yankees missed out on Kyle Tucker.
But you only had Gino for the second half.
And you could say you added Donovan, so that's a maybe 1-for-1 replacement in terms of potential there. The Mariners are in much better shape than everyone, but probably the Blue Jays, and they're on the same level with the Blue Jays. I'd say over the course of an 8-month season, we'll see what happens and what shape the rosters are in. But there's a lot to be optimistic about, and I almost. Protective sake, I'm like, hey, don't get so excited. You guys talk about it with the Seahawks when everyone was so excited finally. It's like, well, we know what could go wrong at times because we've seen it. But then they just got to a point where you're so overwhelmingly confident. I'm sure that will happen at some point with the Mariners, but at this point, there's still so much of the season to get to and then get through. And we know all the little minor cracks that could happen, or just knowing that J.P. Crawford is still dealing with his shoulder and Bryce Miller is working his way back to full strength. It's like, wow. God, if this kind of builds on itself, I could see what can go wrong. But it's also nice to get that national 1,000-foot view of, oh, look, from all the way down there, they look really good, and I don't see much that could be a weakness on this team.
Yeah. Look, they're going to, despite what everybody thinks of them, they're going to have a valley. There's going to be peaks. There's going to be valley. That's baseball. That's what makes it great. That's what makes the journey fun. There are times of despair. There are times of, oh, man, they've lost 5 in a row, and they've plated 2 runs in 5 games, or their pitchers are getting whatever goes wrong. That's baseball. But then they're going to have that stretch where they look unbeatable. And, man, they are just lighting it up. They're crushing the ball. The pitchers are just dominating. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I think we're all better conditioned to it now as fans based on how things have gone. Hey, opening day is next Thursday. Can you believe it? We want to send you and a friend to have an opening day experience like you've never had before. You can enjoy player introductions, the first pitch, and much more, and do it all from the field. Now, to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through tomorrow, though, so get on it if you'd like to experience that in a way you never have. Meanwhile, what's left for the Seahawks to do in free agency? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news this morning from ESPN.
Is it finally happening?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
ESPN's Shams Charania, the NBA, will vote next week to explore adding expansion teams in Vegas and Seattle. Joining us now, Shams himself.
The NBA is projecting that both Seattle and Las Vegas would immediately jump into the top 8 of revenue-generating teams.
Stay caught up on the latest at seattlesports.com and Seattle Sports on 710, the app, and YouTube.
Flying chickens in a barnyard.
Discover the ultimate diamond buying experience. Unparalleled quality at unbeatable prices.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave of Cantor Diamond. At our by appointment office, you'll receive truly personalized one-on-one service to your needs.
No high overhead of standalone stores or mall hours to pay for. We're direct diamond importers designing and manufacturing in-house, eliminating all the middlemen.
Stop overpaying at retail and enjoy serious savings on quality diamonds.
From the first consult to the final reveal, we guide you through every step, ensuring you get your dream diamond ring, necklace, or earrings without compromise.
Romantic proposals, anniversary splurges, or just because. Indulge in diamonds for less.
Call today for your private appointment for a dazzling diamond.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree and the fence. Not a problem, because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity, and you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
If you've gained 20, 30, or even 40 or more pounds over the past few years and nothing seems to work anymore, listen up. I'm Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and our completely medication-free program has helped thousands in Washington lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No drugs, no weekly shots, no muscle loss, no side effects, no forever monthly costs, just food, but the right type, in the right amount at the right time. All part of a detailed plan with expert coaching every step of the way that helps you reset your metabolism and burn fat. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and Dr. Coogan is right. I can attest to losing 35 pounds with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It works. It's safer, less expensive than alternatives, with no injections or pills, and no scary side effects. Schedule a free consult and find out for yourself.
Over 4,000 people have lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do our program from anywhere you live with our remote options. Schedule your free phone consult online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Mike Petriello of MLB.com, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, taking a look at the Seahawks for a little bit here, and the text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. For Seahawks fans, how are you feeling about their offseason so far? Are they a better team? Are they a better team than the one that ended the season? Hard to say that. You've traded names. Obviously, you're very familiar, or not traded, but lost names you're very familiar with, and Ken Walker and Rick Woolen and Boye Mafe and Kobe Bryant and all those guys we had been talking about incessantly. And he brought on names that you're not nearly as familiar with. Doesn't mean they won't be productive or be good on this team, but you didn't take any big swings, as we've talked about, in terms of bringing in a star or somebody, a Max Crosby, anything like that. You haven't done anything that's got the fan base that, as far as I can see, going, okay, now I like this move. This makes them better in this spot, or this makes them better at this position group. How do you feel about the offseason?
Well, do you think Max Crosby will still be traded? Remember, we heard that one guy last week say he thinks it's very unlikely that he's on the Raiders. So I don't know. That's kind of looms out there. Free agency-wise, yeah, very quiet offseason. Just kind of like we were talking about with Aaron and the Mariners. Not a lot of questions position battle-wise for the Mariners because they're such a veteran established team. For the Seahawks, you come off a Super Bowl, you don't have to make a big splashy move. It would have been nice to try to keep as many free agents as possible internally. It seems like they prioritized the ones they absolutely had to have back. So I feel a little bit better knowing that they got Shaheed back, because at first it seemed like that would be impossible as well. And then you'd open up, all right, questions at wide receiver. Don't really have a running back answer. You did lose a little bit of positional edge depth. But when you look at this team, really, you lost guys that it's not going to be a significant blow. You have guys that can replace them. Your depth just might be a little thinner. You're not going to ever return every single person from a Super Bowl championship team. No team in NFL history is going to have the luxury of doing that, especially with what the salary cap it is, what it is right now. But because the Seahawks have drafted so well, they had time to kind of build around these guys leaving. Now, maybe you get slightly weaker at safety or cornerback. You have some unknowns to address, and running back still looms out there. But I don't think it's a significant blow to say, well, look, the Seahawks lost X guy and he's irreplaceable. They'll have the draft. They'll have some depth pieces they can bring in. It's not a sexy offseason, but they're in a place where you don't have to have a splashy one like they did last year, where, hey, last year they had to because they completely overhauled the offense. It is almost that, let me tinker and find this right piece here. And, yeah, it's not going to be a flashy, quote, win the offseason kind of free agency.
Boy, they signed outside of Rashid,
a
lot of one-year deals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, they're just taking a flyer on guys. Like, hey, if it works, great. It's cost-effective. We'll hopefully be able to re-sign them if they become that player, but they're making no real commitments to this point. And keeping in mind, JSN and Spoon are both sitting there waiting for contract extensions, so I'm sure that's part of the math here. But when you look at and Job is the other one, had a multi-year deal. But outside of those two, Emmanuel Wilson, you signed running back from Green Bay, a one-year deal worth up to $2.1 million. Josh Jones, they re-signed on a one-year deal. Let's see. Brandon Peely, 1 year, $2 million deal. Rodney Thomas, the second, safety, signs a 1 year deal. DeAnthony Bell they brought him back, signing him to a 1 year deal. Noah, how do you say his last name?
I don't even know. They just signed him, right?
Yeah, 1 year deal.
Yeah, let's look it up. Yeah, Noah, 1 year deal.
Yeah. I don't know how you say that last name.
Pro Football Reference. Dave's favorite place will help.
But he's a journeyman. He's a guy that's, he's played from Miami and Dallas and Washington, and he's a journeyman.
Igbin Ogany. Igbig Ogany. That's a fun segment. Let's try to have me pronounce his name. Yes, thank you.
Ogany. Noah Igbin Ogany.
Yes. Igbig Ogany. There we go.
There you go. All right. Signed him to a 1 year deal. And again, he's a journeyman that's been on multiple teams. He was the 30th overall pick back in 2020 for the Dolphins. Again, since has played for the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Commanders. So we'll see. He feels like depth. Feels like a depth move. But I don't know if you're going to grade do you feel like they're better than they were? Because I don't think you can say that. I don't think.
Well, yeah, but that's the challenge of winning the Super Bowl, and that's why you've had one repeat champion in 20-some years. So it had been 24 years until the Chiefs did it, and it's very tough. It's very challenging to get back to the Super Bowl. But you also have to keep in mind the Seahawks are ending the season in a better place than any other team. They are the best team in football, so every other team has to add to get there. And I think maybe the one team you could say got to that level, or at least made the impact additions and were close, were the Rams. They play it out on the field, and that's the one team that scares you. But every other team hey, keep in mind when they signed so-and-so, and it was a terrible free agent class. I don't even know what you would say was the biggest free agent splash signing this year. Trey Hendrickson, maybe, for the Ravens. All right, so say Trey Hendrickson was the biggest free agent name signed. The Ravens were a disaster last year. So, okay, adding him, cool. They had the best offseason, perhaps, right now in terms of additions. They're nowhere close to the kind of team the Seahawks were. I would put that as the Rams. They made that big trade. You know, trades are still out there. Maybe that's a potential for the Seahawks. But, yeah, they're just not going to make a free agent splash that's going to get anyone excited. But you don't have to be because of what's coming back for this team.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, but our team's getting better while the Seahawks, again, I acknowledge this is before the draft. This is before anything close to a final roster. We're just looking at where they sit currently in comparison to their competition in the NFC West. Have the Rams surpassed them? Would you look at just looking at the roster, not talking about what happened last season, but would you just look at the Rams roster versus the Seahawks roster? Are the Rams better now? Did they leapfrog them with these moves?
I mean, on paper, because of the additions and the lack of notable losses, the Seahawks were decimated from that 2022 draft class because it was such a key part of their team. So if you think, now this is also a perception, if you think someone like Riq Woolen is not replaceable, all right, well, the Seahawks obviously think they can replace him. Or someone like Kobe Bryant, who we talked about, and that's going to hurt. Well, maybe it is confidence in Ty Okada, or yes, that's what the draft is for. Look what Gray Zabel did, or Nick Emanwari, those early selections for them, or all the rookie production they've gotten from the past, 3 to 4 seasons. So if they would have had to have someone back, I think they would have tried everything possible. At this point, just purely off-season right now, early stages of free agency into the offseason, the Rams have made more notable additions with fewer losses to a roster that was comparable to the Seahawks. The Seahawks would be behind them right now, but you do have the draft to help boost whatever you think is a deficiency.
Let's see. 206 says, as a Seahawks fan, I'm okay with where we are at right now, short of the draft, obviously. Still early. We've made the smart moves. It's going to be okay. We won't have a final grade until after the draft, though. Just happy D-Law hasn't retired yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it.
We haven't heard anything about him. 360, our biggest loss of the offseason was Kubiak. That's fair. Yeah, but in terms of players out there on the field, you know, you lost some stuff. You lost a – look, and I don't think Ken Walker is the greatest running back in the league, and how do you replace him? He was just a guy that proved to be very productive, especially when Charbonnet went down, and would love to have had him back. But I feel like running backs are ultimately pretty replaceable.
Right.
Kobe Bryant was the one guy, and even Kobe Bryant, as much as I didn't want to see him leave, he's not an all-pro. I don't mean to make him sound like he's destined for Canton, Ohio, but he just fit. He was one of those guys that I thought was a nice player in the system, and it really suited him. And I really didn't want to see him go. But, yeah, I don't know. Curious to see where people are at with their offseason to this point, acknowledging you still have the draft. You still have other moves to be made. So we'll see where they go. Meanwhile, Jared Verse offers some begrudging respect for one aspect of the Seahawks team last year. You're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way. But the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to GoldbergJones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. GoldbergJones.com.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
This is Brock Eward. Seastar Restaurant and Raw Bar is celebrating 24 years as Bellevue's go-to for fresh, seasonal seafood, and me and my families as well. My good friend Chef John Howie delivers excellence behind every single plate, and it doesn't matter. Local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, generous portions, polished service, and meals that become lasting memories. Right now, 3-course dinners in the lounge, starting at just $50. Seastar, the dining experience you remember. SeastarRestaurant.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Don't miss 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Heward here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Well, Rams defensive end Jared Verse was on Max Crosby's podcast. What a crossover that was. And he tells an interesting story about an experience he had with the Seahawks offensive line during a game last season.
I get Seattle this. I don't with them at all. Man, the second time we played them, I was about to whoop one of their O-linemen's ass. And all 5 of their ass came up somebody.
They were on me,
which is how O-linemen should respond. That's how they should respond. I love that shit. I was like, y'all, but like, I respect that.
That's so true, though. When you can feel that, like, togetherness, definitely. And when they're not like that, like you try somebody or you smack the quarterback and the O-line just kind of looks, I'm like, oh, yeah, we got him.
So there was unity there. They had, I don't know which O-lineman he was going after, if it was Charles Cross or if he was coming around the other side with Abe Lucas, but he was about to whip their butt, and everybody else came to their defense. So that's a team. That was what we talked about. I mean, in all seriousness, was that culture that Mike Macdonald created there was a very big deal. As much as people think it's kind of hokey culture, getting along, brotherhood, blah, blah, blah. You saw it on full display, man. That was a selfless team. That was a team that, by and large, nobody cared about their individual successes. If I don't do it, my guy next to me is going to do it. My guy over here, I'm going to set it up so he succeeds. And everybody, you saw the results. It was just a brilliant culture, and that's a perfect example of it.
Yeah, I think that helped change the course of the season after that Bucs game. No, it would have been easy for a lesser locker room or maybe a different group to implode a little bit. Now, who's to say they completely implode? They're so talented. But the Bucs put up, 38 points? And there were a lot of questions. Hey, what's going on here? You know, we had it ended up well. Remember, that was when everyone walked over to the Mariners game. It was game 2.
Well, yeah.
Kind of that nervous feeling after the game 1 loss. Yeah, that's why I remember the Bucs game so much, because of Mariners game 2. But yeah, after that, the team never looked vulnerable. The Rams game, the defense was lights out. You talked about it. They didn't lose because of the defense. So this team was so good after that because of the locker room, because of Ernest Jones and his passionate defense of Sam Darnold. But yeah, cool to see a guy that I think a lot of people here don't really like much. You know, that Rams rivalry, and Jared Verse. He's talked a little bit, but interesting anecdote there.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, Ted Wynn works for The Athletic. He does a lot of their good NFL draft breakdowns and a lot of breakdowns throughout the season as well. Bump and Stacy had on a couple of times. Always interesting insight. He was on with Dominic Foxworth, and they were breaking down, so they were comparing the best defenses of last season and diving into what makes all these defenses good. And Wynn had an interesting note about, we were wondering, hey, why is Nick Emanwori still there? How did he fall to 35? He has an interesting kind of tidbit about why he was still available in a second round last year.
There was a lot of bad tape on Emanwori. He's a super athletic player, but when he played deep, there's times where he overshot things. You know, he wasn't the greatest tackler at times, but I don't think he would have worked. I don't think he would have became a star as fast as he became a star if he was on another team. I think Seattle had a very specific plan with how they wanted to develop him, and then they figured out how to use him best. And then towards the end of the season, into the playoffs, that's when he really took off. But I just don't think he would have been the star he is if he ended up, with the Raiders or something like that.
Boy, it's amazing to hear that breakdown about, he kind of overshot this. He wasn't a great tackler. I mean, all the things he did well.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of like what we were talking about with the Mariners pitching and how they develop pitching, and they find that thing that guys do well and they accentuate it, whether it's this pitch or this approach, whatever it is. We're not trying to change it. We're trying to really accentuate what it is you do well. And it feels like that's what the Seahawks did with Emanwori. When they saw him, they said, we can have him play at all 3 levels, which is what he did last year. And he did it so well to the point that he got a tweaked ankle going into the Super Bowl, and there was minor panic amongst the fan base going, oh, no, what do they do without him? I mean, that's for a rookie to be that consequential to your team's success is huge. And we're not talking about a first-round pick. We're not talking about a top 5 pick, a quarterback. We're talking about a guy who plays on defense that you got in the second round. His development was amazing, and now he becomes the player that I've seen so many articles where they're trying to find their Emanwori. Right. This team's trying to find their Emanwori. He's been propped up as this piece, this example of somebody you want to try to find or emulate coming out of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks even more to the vision of Mike Macdonald, where others saw issues. So, hey, we tried, liability. Like, if we put him back here at safety, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Seahawks said, well, look, we have Julian Love, Kobe Bryant emerged, and even Ty Okada. They were going to put Ty Okada back there instead of Nicky Memori and just move him all over the field. And that's why he turned into such a valuable weapon. But, yeah, I mean, we always wondered, how did this guy slip to the second round? That's why, right there.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, this is some tough news for one of the more beloved college stars out here who's now with the Falcons. So Adam Schefter was on Pat McAfee's show today, and in talking about the Atlanta quarterback situation, makes it sound like Michael Penix is about to lose his job in Atlanta.
There are major questions about Michael Penix's health and knee. I don't know exactly when he's going to be ready yet. I don't know if they know when he's going to be ready yet. So you could almost see how that's going to play out, right? Like, Tua is going to get all the reps in camp, or at least most of the reps in camp. And if he's playing well, and I would imagine he will, like, he's going to be the favorite to win that job. If I had to just look into the crystal ball and see how that's going to evolve. New coach, new GM, Penix isn't healthy, Tua gets to work. You're not going to get to work and say, okay, now let's go back to Penix here with a week left in training camp to get him ready for, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer because by all accounts, and we had Penix in studio before, he was a super nice kid. Talented, but he's had injuries before, obviously, throughout his collegiate career, and now another severe knee injury. So, when's he going to return? Is it going to be with a week left in training camp, or is it going to be, something earlier, perhaps? I don't know. I mean, I'm rooting for him. But, yeah, just by virtue of the timeline, his availability, not even so much just head-to-head battle, Tua's a better quarterback. He's certainly got more experience, but it feels like it's just going to be more of a time situation that this guy's not going to be ready to get going until much later. So Tua's getting a very clear head start.
This seems like one of the stranger quarterback sagas I can remember, going back to when they signed Kirk Cousins, that $100 million deal, and then get Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick. Like, all right, well, you're really confident in him, and this is the guy that you want. He's going to be your quarterback of the future. So that quickly, 2 years later, to now pivot and say, well, Tua's our guy. Michael Penix, he's running out of his rookie contract. The next few years, you're going to have to make a decision. If he's not your starter, you're not going to extend him. So just like that, who knows what happens. But, yeah, really tough to see for, you're right. One of the more beloved people out here because of what he did for the Huskies, for what he meant to this city, and great guy as well. You and Dave make the joke, great guy, which doesn't mean anything about how he plays, but he is a great guy, so you root for him. So tough to hear that news and to see that's probably not going to happen for him as the starter with the Falcons.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, maybe he ends up finding his spot elsewhere with another team, but he's certainly not a guy I would write off. I think he's definitely got ability. His situation is more about, can he remain healthy? Can he remain available? We'll see.
No, you're right. I mean, Justin Fields, he's still kicking around. He just got traded to the Chiefs.
Chiefs, yeah. There you go. You can have a long career as a backup. I'm sure Michael Penix isn't thinking that way right now, but we'll see what happens out there. Meanwhile, it's one of the best sports weeks of the year. We're going to talk to El Hombre, Michael Bradley, about all of it. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Breaking news this morning from ESPN.
Is it finally happening?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
ESPN's Shams Charania, the NBA, will go next week to explore adding expansion teams in Vegas and Seattle. Joining us now, Shams himself.
The NBA is projecting that both Seattle and Las Vegas would immediately jump into the top 8 of revenue-generating teams.
Stay caught up on the latest at seattlesports.com and Seattle Sports on 710, the app, and YouTube.
Flying chickens in a barnyard.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? But do you have a room just sitting empty and you've dreamt of making it your own home gym? Hey, Brock Heward here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. It's no secret why everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in a home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months, plus mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here to get you in the best shape, so go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Do you need a new roof?
Then trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing to get you taken care of this spring. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and secure $500 off your roof replacement. Right now, you can still take advantage of spring pricing and beat the summer rush. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The WBC championship game starts shortly between Team USA and Venezuela. Cal Raleigh not in the starting lineup. Will Smith is the catcher for Team USA. Eugenio Suarez is in the lineup for Venezuela. He's batting fourth. He's the DH. The Dolphins continue to unload players. They've traded wide receiver Jalen Waddle to the Broncos, along with a fourth-round pick for the Broncos' first and third, and the Broncos have sent a first, third, and fourth back to the Dolphins. The Kraken host the Lightning tonight. Tampa is the only team that the Kraken have never beaten at home.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it.
He's here, everybody. We look forward to it each and every week. A conversation with this man who joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The one, the only, El Hombre. Michael Bradley is here. How are you, man?
What's happening?
Well, where do we start? We got the brackets out. We got the WBC. We got opening day happening next week. Free agency. What's got you bubbling right now?
Right now, it's the NCAA tournament. It's exciting. The school I work for is in it. The school I went to is in it.
Who do you root for in that case? Is it always Michigan, no matter
Michigan. What? Always.
Your employer? Come on, you don't want to upset your employer.
Well, let's put it this way. I've upset them before in many ways, so why not continue at this point?
I'm sure you have. What does your head tell you? Not your heart. What does your head tell you in terms of who you like coming out of it? Right now as we sit?
My Final Four is Duke, Arizona, Virginia out of Michigan's region, and who's the 2 seed down in the bottom in the South? Houston. So that's my Final Four. I have Duke and Arizona playing for the marbles, and I've got Duke winning it.
Where's your Michigan hesitation? Lack of backcourt depth?
Lack of backcourt depth. And you know what? When they're not shooting the three-pointer well, they have trouble on offense. And I just think that they're going to have a little trouble against, I think they lose to UVA in the Elite Eight. The weekend they just had where they struggled to beat the horrible people from Columbus, struggled to beat Wisconsin, and then lost to Purdue. They didn't look good in any one of those games. And we know that, conference tournaments can be just something an outlier. They stand by themselves. But when they don't have Elliot Cadeau in the game, their offense is a mess. Now, there's longer timeouts. He can play 35, 36 minutes. But at what level and what's going to happen if he gets a couple of fouls on him? Trey McKinney's very good, but he's young. He makes mistakes. And Daimara needs to get into the weight room, and he needs to gain 15 to 20 pounds of muscle before he plays another season of basketball.
Part of the tradition of the unveiling of the brackets is the classic outrage of those that got jobbed. They should have been in there. This team shouldn't have made it. This team should have, and they didn't. Who is it that you think, if anybody, has a legit gripe about not being in that field?
Nobody. This bubble stunk, okay? You've got teams at the bottom of this that got in who aren't very good. And I'm not saying that there were mid-major teams that should have replaced some of the Power 4 schools that got in. I mean, the Big East had 3 schools that got in. That's how many deserve to get in. You're going to tell me Auburn with 16 losses deserve to get in? Please.
No.
I don't care what their computer numbers look like. You lose 16 games, you don't get to play for the national championship. The only thing I would say that really looks bad is St. John's should not have been a 5 seed, especially the fact that they won the Big East championship. But other than that, I think this is a good bracket. I think that, the only thing, if you want to gripe about something else, you say that Duke's region, Duke's the number 1 overall seed. You got UConn in there. You got Michigan State in there. You've got Kansas in there. You've got St. John's in there. That's a heck of a bracket. But other than that, no. And you don't. I haven't heard too many people moaning and complaining about the fact that they didn't get in, other than Bruce Pearl, and that's because his son didn't get in. And he's still on the Auburn payroll anyway.
Michael, we saw such a chalk-heavy bracket last year, and now, with NIL, all these mid-majors lose their best talent. And we see another one where there's no upsets anymore. Is it still going to have the same enjoyment for you just because it's so much basketball, or do you kind of need that magic part of March to have this tournament be so
I like
special?
the magic.
Yeah.
I've always said the first weekend is about the madness.
Yeah.
The second weekend and the third are about picking a champion. And so, is somebody really going to get excited if UCF beats UCLA? UCF beat some, he beat Kansas. They beat some very good teams in the Big 12. The NC2A is putting itself in a position where it could very well damage, and I'm not saying kill, their signature event. Mm-hmm. Because if we get to the point where the mid-majors don't have any magic in there and the low majors don't have enough to win a game,
that's when you're going to start to say this tournament's going to lose a lot of its interest, because who's really going to be screaming if Mississippi State upsets, Michigan State? Nobody. There's no magic there. That's where this tournament could run into some trouble down the road.
So you like Duke to come out of this as the champs? I
don't like it at all.
That's your pick.
Yeah.
Begrudgingly.
I mean, if we got like a Duke UConn game in the Elite Eight of the region, oh God, who do you root for? It's like the Iran-Iraq War.
Oh, geez,
it's horrible.
Yeah. I like that. I don't like it, but I like the clarification there. Hey, where are you? Are you somebody that's invested in the WBC? Have you been watching it? Are you excited about it, or are you just waiting for this to be over so the regular season can get going?
It's fun, but I really couldn't care less. I'm certainly not going to run the flag up the pole if the United States wins tonight. Woo-hoo, we won the WBC. Who cares? It's not the Olympics. It's not, the best players aren't even playing for them. I mean, you don't have Scooble's not pitching. Could you imagine if you got him throwing tonight for 4 or 5 innings against Venezuela? Forget it. But I'm waiting for opening day. I'm waiting for next Thursday at 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time when your Philadelphia Phillies take on the Texas Rangers. So I'm getting excited about that.
By the way, how did your guy Nola do? I know you don't have a lot of faith in him. I saw that he was starting.
Mr. Softy pitched well.
Yeah. What do you call him?
And he didn't give that look on his face when he gave up a run. And he gets that look like he looks like the little kid who just didn't get the part in the play.
What did you call him? What's his nickname?
Mr. Softy.
Mr. Softy.
Because whenever adversity comes, he melts. My brother, who doesn't like anything politically incorrect, is like, don't call him that. Like, yes, of course I'm going to call him that.
That's politically incorrect to call him Mr. Softy?
Well, he doesn't like anybody being mean to anybody else in the whole
world. Don't ever be. Boy, how are you guys related?
It's an odd gene pool, baby.
Wow.
Michael, well, we've been talking about this, the WBC, and now, all these MLB guys want to play in the Olympics, and the Olympics is very much in the middle of baseball season. How would you feel about that if all of a sudden, just like hockey, MLB says, well, we got to pause the season a little bit to let these guys play in the Olympics?
I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is, in the middle of the season, you're going to have guys playing. Didn't we have somebody from Venezuela or some team that has a guy got injured, and they're going to check on him and he could miss some games? That's where that's why I'm not too keen on this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
As much as we tease, the players about the All-Star games, the last thing you need is someone to get hurt running around in a game that doesn't matter. And as much as the ratings are up for the WBC and it's fun and, the United States is actually doing well and they showed up in hockey jerseys for tonight's game and woo, isn't that great? It's still, if Schwarber, tears an oblique swinging tonight and he misses 60 games, I'm not going to be too happy.
Yeah, you wouldn't be. That's my biggest fear in this whole thing is my priority, come back, no dents, no scratches, come back unscathed. And okay, I worry more, even though we saw Julio get plunked in the wrist the other night, I was like, oh no. Like that was just immediate dread, but he seems to be okay. I worry more about the pitchers. I think the Drew Smiley incident from years ago where he blew out his arm and never pitched a game for the Mariners after that, that still lingers with some fans.
Yeah, these are exhibition games. As much as we talk about, how much fun it is for the players, and I saw a great answer by Aaron Judge. He was talking about how much fun it is for him to be playing and how much it means to him and how hard he's trying to work. And that's great. And I really give him credit for that because he's not mailing it in. But at the same time, it's a situation where if somebody gets a bad injury playing in this game that doesn't allow them to play for the team that's paying them and the fans that want to see them, then we've got ourselves a problem.
Hey, Michael, what's the sense about A.J. Brown out there? And there was a report last week that the Rams were pushing to maybe trade for him, and people didn't like that out here because, hey, that wouldn't really help the Seahawks. But is he still going to be there? Is his disgruntledness going to remain with the Eagles, or is he going to be traded, do you think?
It's one of the great mysteries. The Eagles signed Hollywood Brown today, okay? Now, he's not A.J. Brown, but he's another top shelf receiver. So you ask yourself, is this a precursor to a trade? Howie Roseman has shown, the general manager of the Eagles, that he doesn't really care about having dead cap money. Now, he's not the Dolphins, who have like the gross national product of Luxembourg in dead cap money this year. But they will if they get what they want, and it's going to be draft picks and it'll probably be another player, then they may well dish him. Right now no one has an answer. No one has a speculation. The fans are, and I keep saying, who's your wide? I mean, Hollywood Brown is a good wide receiver. Devontae Smith is a good to very good wide receiver. After that, they have nobody. Nothing. I'm not exaggerating. So you're going to say that's how we're going to go into the season? If that's the situation, then Eagles fans better be ready for 9-8.
And we know how they'll handle that. Not well. Not well.
With class and taste. Exactly. Yes, always.
With absolute rational behavior, rational takes, patience, more importantly, I think, is what we'll see.
They're very patient around here. Yes, always show great patience. Yes, very much, especially with their professional football team.
Has this free agency period been a little lackluster in your mind? I mean, we haven't seen a ton of big names move. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson. We saw the Max Crosby situation be what it is, but I don't know. It feels maybe it's just because the Seahawks haven't made any big acquisitions. They've been signing guys to one-year deals, and in the realm of superstardom, they're no-name guys for the most part. What's your take been on how this free agency period's gone?
Yeah, I mean, look, we haven't had a big-name quarterback that's changed hands. We've had a bunch of mediocre quarterbacks that are playing musical chairs and being shuffled from one bad team to another. So, yeah, I don't look at this as a great free agency period. The draft is good but not great. The NFL lives on the fact that people will watch its games anywhere, anytime. And I just read today the season's going to start on a Wednesday, and then the Melbourne game's going to be on a Thursday. They're playing Thanksgiving Eve. That's what you look for. It's fun. It's engaging to keeps the NFL in your mind with all this stuff. But I haven't been overwhelmed by any really big names changing jerseys.
Yeah, Michael, along those lines, because that Australia game you mentioned, and the season starting on a Wednesday is going to affect the Seahawks a good amount. They're not really sure yet what they're going to do. There's some conflicts here on the Wednesday because of that Thursday hard date in Australia. Is there a point where you think it could get oversaturated, like this Thanksgiving Eve game? Will anyone just say, no, you know what, there are just too many nights with football on?
Well, I'll quote Bob Weir, the late, great Bob Weir, the Grateful Dead. Too much of everything is just enough. I can't ever have enough football, okay? We are right now in the desert, right? We're wandering for the next several months until the prolate spheroid is teed up again and kicked off. So I am, right now I'm handling it all right. The NCAA tournament is here to distract me. The Major League Baseball season starts. But around June, I start to get the shakes a little bit. And then I start doing things like tuning in to rebroadcasts of games on ESPN and NFL Network from the previous season just to make sure that football is still there. So I don't ever think there can be enough games.
Hey, you talked about the quarterback carousel and guys just, shuffling chairs here. Kyler Murray, now a member of the Minnesota Vikings. And everybody's looking for the Sam Darnold, the guy that was written off, thought of as a bust, couldn't do anything, and now he's a Super Bowl winner. And we look at, candidates for that guy. Could it be a Zach Wilson? Could it be, we saw it with Baker Mayfield as well, certainly resurrecting his career. Do you have any belief that Kyler Murray can be that guy, or is he just one of those guys that is who he is personality-wise, and that'll keep him from achieving that?
Well, absolutely not. I don't think he can be one of those guys. Those guys are few and far between. You mentioned Darnold and Mayfield, and those are great stories. But for every one of them, there's 20 guys that are not going to make it. And Murray just doesn't make other players better. He runs around and makes some plays, and every now and then, and he gets on the highlight reel. And the NFL will always celebrate that, and it's propaganda partners because they need to keep the narrative going, so the people in whatever city he's in think that, oh my goodness, maybe something good can happen. So I don't think he's going to do very much. Justin Fields, we need a change of scenery. No, he needs a change of job. Okay, maybe he can get another job.
Michael, I know that Max Crosby news, the non-trade, was breaking last week when the guys talked to you about that. But do you see him now sticking with the Raiders? We heard, all right, well, teams are still interested. Well, obviously his price point now has lowered. But where do you think he ends up, or is it just still with the Raiders when the season begins?
You know, everybody's saying all the right things, right? He said the other day, I'm where I'm supposed to be, and he was livid that he didn't, that the Ravens backed out of the trade. And so as of now, I tend to think he'll be with the Raiders. If I'm the new coach, man, I'm spending a lot of time talking to Max Crosby. I'm showing up at his house every morning with coffee and crawlers, right? I'm doing everything I can to make this guy happy, right? How's your knee, Max? Oh, it's a little sore here. Let me put some ice on it. Can I get you lunch? So I would think that he, unless somebody decides to really step up on draft night and say we want to get a defensive end of his caliber and we'll give an awful lot of draft capital, I think he's going to be in Vegas.
If you're the Raiders, though, isn't there motivation to move him? He's a guy who's probably in the prime, but he's going to be getting to that point where by the time they're competitive, because they got a lot of holes, their offensive line's a disaster. They're going to have a rookie quarterback. The years of them challenging for a Super Bowl may be 2-3 years in a speedy form, and where is he going to be at that point? So when you look at it and say, well, why not stock up on draft capital to help our rebuild rather than hang on to a player who's going to help us, get 6 wins instead of 3 wins?
First of all, if I'm the Raiders, I trade my owner if I can. If we can get rid of that knucklehead with the bad haircut, right? That's the first thing I would try to do. Short of that, okay, I don't think we can do that. Your point is a valid one. The Raiders aren't going to be any good. But you know what? Take a look around the NFL. What were the Patriots 2 years ago? Mm-hmm. What were the Jaguars 2 years ago? Okay? And all of a sudden, the two of them are playing in the playoffs and looking good. One of them goes to the Super Bowl. So that's the dream of the NFL. There's always a chance. You got a new coach coming in, got a new regime, new culture. Let's keep Max for a little while. Now, maybe halfway through, it looks like, maybe Mendoza's not the guy. Boy, our this running back that we drafted last year, Ashton Genty, isn't as good as we thought. Then you start to say, all right, we got to get rid of this guy and get some draft capital and start all over. But for now, there's still hope there, no matter how ridiculous the owner looks.
All right, Michael, I got an interesting question for you. In talking about March Madness, everyone says March is such a great sports month, but I've always held the opinion that there are a number of sports months better than March. Where would you rank? What would you rank as your top few sports months?
That's a good question. And when you said I had an interesting question, I was going to say, well, that's up for debate. That's what we do. But, there aren't a lot because you say, October's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
October's got the World Series. October's got full-on NFL and college football. October's got the start of the NHL season. The NBA season, I think, starts at the end of October. There's a lot going on in October, all right? Other than that, I don't know. I mean, February stinks other than the Super Bowl, and occasionally you get the Olympics, right, every 4 years. April has the Masters and MLB in full swing, the start of the NFL and NBA and NHL playoffs, but who cares anymore? And I know you guys are going to start caring again because the Supersonics are coming back, and I'm really excited about that, especially because the Oklahoma City Thunder has to give them back their history. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that. They're going to have to cede their history.
Oh, yeah. Why would they even want it? I've never understood that. Why would they want it? None of it was achieved there.
Well, they moved. But I mean, the Rochester Royals became the Cincinnati Royals, became the Kansas City Omaha Kings, became the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
All right. So you take the whole, the whole continuum when the franchise is still the same thing.
Right.
But I think March is pretty darn good because you get the start of Major League Baseball season, you get the TPC championship, you got March Madness, men's and women's. Mm-hmm. And stuff's heating up. You got not the Frozen Four, but you get the NCAA hockey playoffs start. There's a lot going on. It's pretty good in March.
Hey, back to the NBA, and you're right. It looks like a formality. The Sonics will be back here. They got the vote going on next week, and then we'll see what kind of ownership groups are out there in the running for the whole thing. But we've had people texting in saying, I don't care if they come back. I'm never watching again. And there are the two biggest reasons are, A, because the team got ripped out of Seattle initially by the NBA, so that's motivation for some. And others just saying, I hate the way the game is played today. I don't like this game. It's not the same as it was back when the Sonics were here before in their heyday. You can speak to that because I think a lot of people, including myself, have sort of tuned out on the NBA. We never talk about it. What do you think of the state of the game, just the way it's played today?
All right, so the first reason that people give is stupid, right? because Howard Schultz, or Schultz, whatever his name was, Sergeant Schultz, whatever, Dolph Schultz, whatever his name was, is not the owner anymore. So to be mad at an expansion team coming to your city is kind of silly. But the second one is very valid. And the game right now, to me, is largely unwatchable until the later rounds of the playoffs when every possession seems to matter. But even then, I remember watching the finals when the Mavericks and the Celtics played, and there were stretches of just grotesque basketball. And this was like the best of the best playing. So I agree with that, and I can see it may be a tough sell because as much as they try to promote the league, there are precious few teams that you really want to watch. Right? I love watching the Spurs because of Wembanyama, and I think they play the right way. The Thunder are always going to be fun because they're young and they play good defense and they're dynamic offensively. But, I mean, do you really get excited about a Pistons-Knicks game? I mean, and those are the two of the three best teams in the Eastern Conference. Really? You want to watch the Lakers? You want to watch that nonsense? Luka Doncic? He doesn't even go over half court. It's like Iowa women's girls basketball for him. 3 people stay on one side, 3 people on the other. He barely plays defense. I mean, Austin Reeves, he's your superstar for the Lakers. And then how old's LeBron? 48, 49? I mean, he's going to be an AARP member pretty soon. So it's just not a lot to get excited about on a nightly basis in the NBA.
When you say grotesque basketball, is it lack of defense and chucking up threes left and right? What is it about the game that aesthetically or just traditionally in your mind is just it's bad? What is it?
First off, everybody runs the same stuff. It's all high pick and roll, come off the pick and roll, look for the open guy. All right, so that's the first thing. It's boring basketball. They don't play any defense, and some guy gets on a heater, and nobody's allowed to knock him over anymore, right? If some guy hit 3 or 4 3-pointers in a row in the old days, the next time he went up for a shot, he's on his backside, and the referee goes 3 shots. He doesn't launch an investigation to find out whether battery is committed, and then you get guys that just sometimes don't care about the team concept. It's like I haven't had a shot in 4 possessions. I have to get one because my brand and my social media following are at stake.
Well, we got that to look forward to, which is nice.
Well, now after all that hype, I can't wait for the Sonics to be back.
You're going to go back to the old colors? Yeah. You're going back to green and gold, I hope.
I would believe that they would. I would hope that they would.
Yeah, let's not have a brand new design and let's change the name.
No.
Let's have a contest.
No. None of them.
Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah. I 100% on board with that. Old colors, same name. They couldn't change the name. There would be an uprising here. It'd be poorly received to say the very least.
Let's go back to the days when Bob Rule played, when they wore yellow uniforms, gold uniforms. That was cool.
I don't know if they'll go that far back, but we'll see what they come up with. But yeah, they will be the Sonics without question. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us each and every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You find him here. You can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre, on Twitter. Michael, as always, we appreciate it. Great stuff. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
There you go. Michael Bradley, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Boy, that was not a very good advertisement for the league, was it?
What a hype speech. Jeez. I was excited, and now I'm not. No, I'm still excited.
Yeah, I'll be there. But, yeah, that wasn't a ringing endorsement of the game as it sits right now. Meanwhile, there's one position that still needs to be addressed this offseason for the Seahawks. We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you, too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7-Cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Spring is here, Seattle, and now is the smartest time to replace your roof. Trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing, a local, family-owned company that knows how to roof in Washington weather year-round. Schedule your free estimate today at 3treeroofing.com to take advantage of spring pricing, shorter wait times, and get $500 off your new roof before the summer rush hits. Our experts come to you, build a clear plan, and give you an estimate that same day. No surprises and no high-pressure sales tactics. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community, not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to El Hombre, Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. If you're watching on the video stream, you see Mike Lefko in all of his glory wearing his Tampa Bay Lightning T-shirt that he's going to be wearing at a Kraken game tonight. How do Kraken fans feel about that? Did they give you any grief?
Well, they've never won, so they've never had an opportunity to do so.
I don't think
usually
that limits people from giving other people grief.
No, there are a lot of fans that travel to Seattle. It's a pretty fun destination, I think, and because it's still relatively new for some fan bases. So you see pockets of hockey fans from other teams at pretty much every game you go to. The Kraken fan base, now watch, I'm going to sit next to some real jerk, but they've been I think they seem very receptive. I sat the other day, a couple of weeks ago, went to a game against the Ducks, and there was an annoying Ducks fan sitting next to us. I didn't do anything. No one seemed to care, but
okay.
Yeah. Hey, they can good-naturedly rib me if the Kraken win. So. No, what usually happens is everyone I'm with is embarrassed that I'm cheering for the other team, especially when I stand and clap and cheer.
Oh, geez.
And then they all look around like,
he's not with us.
Yeah, this guy's just sitting here. I don't know. He's not with us.
He's not with us. He just wandered in with that shirt on. We don't know him. All right. Well, we'll see if the Kraken can make your night a tough one.
Well, how about that? Isn't that interesting? That they've never beaten the Lightning. They're the only team they've never beaten at home. So that's on the line.
At home, yeah. They've beaten them on the road?
Once. They're like 1-6-1 all time against them.
Only team in the league they have not beaten at home.
Yep. They've beaten every other team at home.
What do you say their chances are tonight?
Well, I'm just going to assume the Lightning keep winning because I don't want this streak to end. It's going to end at some point, but I don't want it to be tonight.
While you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be no fun.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. We'll see. If you see Lefko, give him a little good-natured ribbing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we were talking to John Schneider last week, and we'll do the same again this week on Thursday, as we do every Thursday up until the first night of the draft. The John Schneider Show happens at 4 p.m. every Thursday. But we were talking about the running back room and talking about, just who they currently have on the roster. And obviously the lead back, if you will, when everybody's healthy would be Zach Charbonnet. Well, he's coming off of a knee injury, and we asked John at that last week about just an update. What's the outlook with Charbonnet?
Very positive. I mean, if it was up to Charbs, he probably would have just braced it up and played played the last two games. I mean, this guy is, again, he's a true pro. He's so strong. I mean, and his work ethic is outstanding. So, they loved the surgery. They didn't love it. The surgery went very well, the outlook's good, and I'm sure he's going to attack his rehab like anything else he always does. He's just, and I've told him this before. I mean, he's one of the most professional players that I've been around. The way he approaches his game, he's just totally buttoned up, and the guy's he's a beast.
They love the surgery.
I wonder what very good translates to in months, though.
Yeah, he's not going to be that specific in his response. He's not going to be that forthcoming, like, hey, we see him being there for OTAs or the beginning of training camp or whatever. But hopefully he can,
late season. Yeah, we can kind of project late season injury, that severity. It's not going to be the first. It's not going to be.
You don't think he's going to be a Wolverine? He's going to.
I was about to say I don't know, right? Because there are insane timelines. People quote, heal differently, right?
Yeah.
So we've heard. So I don't know. I'm not going to put a limit on, well, he's not going to make it back by this, but, working under a logical assumption of maybe he's out for a couple months.
Well, you gotta, what's the old saying? Hope for the best, plan for the worst, right? I would assume that's what they're doing. That'd be the smart way. Hey, if he's there in day one, great, but we got to prepare like he's not going to be. So how do we like our room right now? You just signed a running back to a 1-year deal. I don't know what their expectations are for him. If he's a complimentary piece, or they think, hey, he can shoulder the load until Zach is ready to go. Is Kenny McIntosh part of the equation? He's coming off a knee injury. I don't know where he's at physically. Now, his happened earlier, so you would assume the rehab process is further along. But you got George Holani, and I know they're singing their praises, and Dave likes to point out he had a couple good plays in this game and that game. I think he's a complimentary piece. I don't think he's your every down back either. So I don't know who that is. I don't know who the guy is, so to speak, if Charbonnet's not ready to go.
Well, all this screams to me is it's going to be another early round running back. And it really feels like that because it's a big question of need. Zach Charbonnet now is entering the final year of his rookie contract.
Yeah.
So, okay, do you want to give a long-term contract to a guy that's coming off a knee injury? They didn't give one to Ken Walker, who's coming off Super Bowl MVP. So how much confidence do you have in Zach Charbonnet? Now, if he returns and he's fine and he looks like he did for most of last season, maybe they do. But you got to keep thinking about the future, which is what the Seahawks did in 2023 when they drafted Charbonnet in the second round. Everyone's like, wait. You just drafted a running back in the second round. So I wouldn't be surprised if they drafted another running back high. And that's the cycle now. Hey, we're going to draft a running back, get him on his rookie contract. If he gets too expensive, we're not going to pay him in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, if they've got him ranked that high. They've got their board regardless of position. They've only got 4 picks as we sit. So that's the other part. Do we think they're going to turn that into 5, 6, 7 picks? I tend to believe that's been their case, even though there is the one example. What was it, 2021?
Yeah.
3 picks going in, 3 picks coming out.
Yeah.
Now maybe they just didn't have that as a good draft and ended up being a lousy draft for them because it was D. Eskridge, it was Trey Brown, and it was Stone Forsythe. But I don't know how they attack. Are they going to look at it and go, we only have 4 picks, so we've got to address a specific position, or is it still, hey, we only have 4 picks, but we're still going with the 4 best players, and if happens to be 4 linebackers that are there that we've got ranked that high. I mean, I know they wouldn't go that way, but their philosophy is going to be interesting with this particular draft based on need versus what they have at their disposal to use.
Now, there are a lot of just kind of guys out there running back. I was looking at still, okay, who's left? Because we were talking about all these potential names. Then we heard one from Jeremy Fowler or someone last week, and then that guy got snatched up. So just looking around, like, all right, well, Austin Eckler, Najee Harris, Joe Mixon got released under some strange circumstances from the Texans. I don't know if you want to touch that. No one knows what's really going on with him. But I guess there are guys you could bring in, again, on another 1-year deal. So maybe you get a couple if the prognostication on Charbonnet isn't good. But it is interesting to note where, all right, is Charbonnet the solution and you just need a stopgap? Or are you really trying to replace him as well long term because you're going to have no running backs under contract after this upcoming season? Out of these 2 guys, out of Wilson and Charbonnet.
Yeah. A quick thought from Schneider on Emmanuel Wilson, the guy they picked up, and he can make up to $2.1 million on that 1-year deal.
Yeah, this one in particular was more really, like I said, on Armani's. It's his team. He was passionate about the player, fitting into our scheme. Like I said, he loved the range, he loved the intelligence, and was like, hey, I see this guy as a fit. And then involving Jay Harbaugh and Fitz and the special teams coaches. He's a personal protector as well on punt, and he's just it's a total buy-in guy. And the fact that he wanted to be here was big for us as well. And like I said, come here on a 1-year deal and jump into this thing and see what you got.
Yeah, so he's getting a chance to prove it. He's getting a chance to earn his next job, earn his next contract, earn, some big dollars out there. And if maybe he's just that guy you look at and go, well, he hasn't really been given that opportunity to shine, and this is going to be a spot where he can. So maybe we'll be looking at this like we've looked at some of the acquisitions John's made before, going, man, what a brilliant deal that was. Maybe Emmanuel Wilson will be that.
For the sake of this show, I really hope Kenny McIntosh will be a guy because you and Dave love that guy.
Love him. Yeah. I don't know. Look, even if he never got hurt, maybe he goes out there and he's just not a very productive guy when you give him 15 to 20 carries. I don't know. All I know is each time he's been given an opportunity, he showed flashes like, ooh, see that? You see that move? I mean, he just looked like he had some explosiveness to him. Now, I don't know if that's been diminished with the injury. Who knows? I've got no idea where he is, but I like the idea of him. So we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, we got a lot of passionate responses earlier, so we're going to get back into what the NBA's return to Seattle will mean to you. Text it in, 866-979-3776. If you're one of those, I am never watching the NBA again. Is it the bigger reason? I know it's multiple reasons, but is it the bigger reason of I'm not going to watch it again because they tore the team out of Seattle? Or is it more about I'm not going to watch the NBA even if the Sonics come back because I hate the way the game is played now? Which is the bigger reason for you turning your back on the sport? We'll talk more about that coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Well, there's nothing I hate worse than being cold. And if your house is feeling a bit drafty or the floors of the main level are way too cold on your feet, that's probably because your crawl space and attic don't have enough insulation. It's probably making your furnace work overtime. So now you're spending more money as well. Well, how about a free and easy way to learn if you need better insulation? Just schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic with Crawl Pros. It's exactly what I did. They'll show up to your house. They'll go where you don't want to, certainly where I didn't want to, and they'll tell you if you got any problems with your crawl space, your attic, and especially your insulation. If they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates as well to help you get that work done correctly and affordably. If you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could receive a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost. Make your home more comfortable. Save on your energy bill with Crawl Pros. If you're worried that anything's going on in your crawl space or attic, critters, mold, water, plumbing issues, call Crawl Pros or go to crawlpros.com.
You're 62 or older, lots of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or HELOC, well, it means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home, it's insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Ewart here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really got three options. Number one, sell your home. 2, get a HELOC or refinance. Or 3, get a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis and believes that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their homes without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? No. Call today and let's compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TILAmortgage.com. Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 22nd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers in high school to former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again.
SeattleSports.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you, 866-979-3776. We asked this question early in the show, for those of you that just tuned in, and text went berserk. And it's about we talked about it briefly yesterday, but the idea that the Sonics will be returning to Seattle. I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. There's going to be a preliminary vote coming up next week in the NBA, and I don't think there's any doubt that the team is not coming back. So playing under that assumption, the question for those that have said, I don't care, I'm digging in my heels, I will never watch the NBA again, of which there are many people. We got a lot of texts yesterday when we talked about it. But it seemed like there were two big reasons, and it can be for both reasons. But I'm curious, Mike, what the biggest reason is for those that say, I don't care if the Sonics come back. I don't care if they win a championship. I'm never watching again. Two biggest reasons were, A, screw the NBA. They tore the team out of this city. That can't be forgiven. I'm done. Or is it more, B, the game stinks right now. I hate the way it's played. We had people texting in and calling it soccer with hands and guys flopping and no defense, and all they do is chuck up threes and all that. Is it which is the bigger reason? I know it can be both, but the biggest reason you are not going to watch the NBA even if the Sonics return. Which is it? Text that in, 866-979-3776.
And were you swayed by El Hombre's resounding endorsement and just promo for the league? I mean, they should play that when the announcement of Seattle is getting an NBA team again rings out. El Hombre and his little speech there is going to play right after. Get excited about so-and-so and so-and-so and bad quality of play, everything you rattle off there. But, yeah, that's fair for someone that really doesn't have an interest. I still think it goes hand in hand, too, of, you're mad and then you don't have a team to root for, so you're just not going to casually watch. And then if you do want to casually watch because you love the sport and it's not a good quality, you're not going to watch. But if you're still not going to watch when a team comes back, don't you think your love of the team will offset the poor quality of play, especially as the season goes along, you become attached to a team? It's a communal aspect.
Well, and I think for those that are old enough, now maybe there's some fans that weren't even really, they were too young to appreciate the Sonics before. They saw them at the end when they weren't good, when they basically tore the team down to make it a bad product before they moved it out of town. Those that weren't around in the mid-'90s when they ruled this town, when there was a mania about that team, maybe it's easier for them to go, I didn't have any attachment to the team when they were here. I'm used to. I've been alive longer without the NBA than I have with it. maybe there's a ton of those people out there that are like, yeah, I don't care.
So, yeah, it might be that, like, young millennial generation. Now, I think the old diehards who saw the glory days and just love this team more than anything, some of them will come back. Some will still be too bitter. I think the young generation, whatever you're calling them now, the kids in middle school and high school that love basketball, because this is still a basketball hotbed in and around Seattle. High school talent. When Jamal Crawford, I still remember this, 3 or 4 summers ago, when Jamal Crawford had LeBron James come to his crossover charity event, the lines around Seattle Pacific, they were down the block, every single block in all directions. It was chaos. I drove by it on the way home from doing Mariners postgame. It was chaos out there, and they had to cancel the event because it was too hot because of all the people in there. So people love basketball in this city, especially if you're growing up playing it right now. And I think the young generation that doesn't have the trauma and the sting, they've never known the Sonics. So you think about it, as we learned from Ryan Sloan, kids that are 20 years old now were born in 2006. So that generation does not know the pain of the Sonics leaving.
Yeah.
So they'll come right back to it.
A lot of text coming in. 425 says the NBA is 100% about the kids. 206 says the game is just awful and hard to watch now. So they wrote a very long text before that. I can't read all of that. 425, I also became a Blazers fan in the absence of Sonics. They left as I was coming of age, so don't think I can be swayed away from Rip City now. Oh,
Blazers.
I wonder how many people turned into Blazers fans and won't leave the Blazers if the Sonics come back.
That's fair. That's a fair point. Didn't think about that.
206, the product stinks. Another 206, I will always support Seattle sports. Go Sonics. 425, it's worse than soccer. Loved the Sonics in the 90s and 2000s, went on a regular basis. Mad at Schultz for selling to someone that was obviously going to move the team, and at David Stern for helping it happen. So I haven't watched much since then. Playoffs, and even then it felt a little different, like a different game. I'll more than likely watch if they come back, but still won't go into Starbucks.
Okay. We kind of, it's going to be tough. We need a way to kind of check back in with these people like a year in.
Yeah.
So 4 years down the road after the Sonics are back and you've had one season, have your thoughts changed? Because it's so tough now in the moment when the product isn't back to know for sure. But in the immediacy, there's still a lot of hate.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of bitterness right now.
425, I quit NBA cold turkey after the Sonics move. Eventually started watching a bit after David Stern's death. I'll watch some more if and when the Sonics return, and a bit more if Clay Bennett croaks before me.
There we go. Okay.
Jeez. Let's see. 206. I quit watching the NBA when the Sonics left, and I still boycott Starbucks. Bleep Schultz, but I will watch when they come back.
There you go.
There you go. All right.
You know what's going to happen, though? It's an event. It's going to be impossible to get tickets. So even if people doth protest, it's going to be the event and the place to go for the entire first few seasons.
I've got no doubt. We can have a row after row after row of text saying, I'm not going, I'm not going, I'm not going. That building will be
sell
packed
out
to the
for
brim.
years.
Yes, without question. Because there's history. A lot of people grew up with it. Lots of people grew up with it. So there you go. All right. That'll be addressed again. That's going to do it for us. I want to thank our guests today, Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Petriello, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley, for joining us on the program. If you guys missed any part of those conversations or any part of the show, you know what to do. Go to seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. You'll find everything you missed waiting for you right there. And don't forget, you can click subscribe, totally free. You got the Cactus League report, followed by the Mariners and Padres. Coming up next, Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk.
I got a text from a friend that said, I'm having a discussion with a buddy.
Morning 6 to 10.
He says the Mariners are better than last year. I told him I'd get your expert opinion. Well, I appreciate being labeled an expert in this case.
Did you answer?
I did answer.
On paper, you would see that this is a more mature team and a complete team.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10 on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart. Delivered
to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report on your home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Pitch to Julio, swinging a well-hit ball, deep to left field, going and goodbye baseball.
Opening day will be here before you know it.
Swung on, ripped right to Naylor, snares it, throw to second base, in time, double play.
The All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report starts now.
Yes, welcome once again to another edition of the world-famous Cactus League Report. Gary Hill, Shannon Dreyer here. Shannon, this is it. This is our last Cactus League Report for the year, which means the actual season's getting very close.
I'm ready.
I'm ready as well.
Let's go.
You know, there are certain markers in spring for me that means we're getting close. Last Cactus League Report is one of them that makes me very excited. The other big day for me is Truck Day. And Truck Day is coming up.
Panic-inducing.
Yeah, and because we got to send a bunch of stuff back, but it means we're getting towards the end of this thing, which is great because I think everybody here is in the same boat now. I think everyone is super excited to get this thing going for real.
And really, that's what it's about. It's not that you're getting bored with what you're doing here. Yes. It's not that you've had too much sun and too much nice weather, and you just need to get back to whatever is awaiting us there. No. We want to see this for real. We want to see it out on the field, and they want to get out there and play those games, and that's why they're down here. And with everything that they have in front of them this season, the excitement level, we have felt it start to finish down here.
Absolutely, and I've said it a few times, and I'm right there with everything I've experienced. I don't think whether you're talking about Mariner fans, us, players, coaches, front office, I don't think expectation level has ever been as high going into a season as we've had this year.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, based on what they did last year and what is returning and what the team looks like. Sky high.
They're not shying away from it. They're embracing it. They have set the expectation level as high as it could possibly be set. And you know what? They're ready for that.
Yeah.
With everything that they did in 22, with what they did last year, it's the next logical step with the additions that were made. This team is in a good place right now. And then I think there are just some intangibles that, they can't even put into words. But we noticed when we got here, it looked different. It felt different. And a big part of that was the expectation.
The only odd thing about how the spring has transpired is just we haven't seen the team together ever because of the WBC. There's not one time this year where we looked at a lineup and said, oh, we think this is going to be the opening day lineup, just because of how odd the spring has been. And JP was out early, so everyone hasn't been together yet.
Yeah.
So I think we're all excited to see, at the very end of this thing, to see, a lineup that looks like that could be the opening day lineup.
Yeah, and I think Dan's getting a little antsy about that. Yeah. He wants to see his team together out on the field. And, they've all done the work that they need to do, be it here or be it in the WBC, but there are some things that it's going to be kind of a crash course when they get back. The schedules are going to be full when everybody is here because he wants to see that. There's some meetings that need to be had. There's some things that still need to be discussed. How are we going to handle ABS definitively? That is one of the things right there. They'll go over a lot of their probably base running philosophies and rules and whatnot, and probably talk a little bit about what happens when they get back up to Seattle. But it does that final week. Really, they start to, kind of tighten things up. The clubhouse will be near empty compared to what it was when there were 77, I believe, at its peak players in there, and you're getting closer to this is the group, and that's when you really get the feel that you're going to get on that plane in just a couple of days.
It's super exciting. Coming up on the show today, we're going to spend some time talking to some people that it's so funny to me. There's a reason for it. We talk so much about the 26-man roster to start the season. There's always a lot of emphasis on that. However, we all know during the course of the season, there's going to be moves, there's going to be pitchers and outfielders and infielders that come up and down all season long. You're going to need an entire roster of players as you move through the course of the year. So we're going to talk to a couple of guys that have really stood out. One of them is Brennan Davis coming up. Mm-hmm. He's really opened some eyes, had a very impressive camp.
He really has. I mean, his bat has done a lot of talking, and then when you sit him down and talk to him, you realize that not only is the bat probably pretty advanced from
what we were seeing. The person is, too. He's been through a lot injury-wise. He's been so close to his career just being derailed by injuries, and he's fought back, and he's learned a lot about himself. And I think that he is an interesting player that I think is going to be good for other players around him. On top of it, you can't help but root for him after everything that he has been through. He also has some special animal knowledge.
Yes, he does. We'll get into that as well. It's very exciting.
Very unique.
Very unique. Very unique. Yeah, he's had some pets that you might not necessarily think are pets, but yeah, we'll have that conversation coming up. Also, coming up next, we'll chat with Colt Emerson, who it just feels like his time is coming sooner rather than later.
You know, it's amazing because when I looked at him throughout this camp, and all eyes were going to be on him because he is as close as he has, I thought I would be focusing in on the bat. And, yeah, looks good at the plate. The results aren't always there, but the at-bats have been very strong from him. The consistency in the good at-bats. He knows what to do up there. But it's been everything else that he has done. He has looked good at third. He has looked good at short, which he has had to play more than you would have anticipated with JP out. But also great base runner, too, from what I've seen. And just the entire package that you've been able to see, getting a lot of playing time. It's so good for him. And it's also good for them to see where he is at right now. Just an exciting player that we've only really seen on paper. And now to see him for the better part of a month, I'm that much more excited about when it is his time.
Me too. Yeah, we'll have that conversation next. A lot about what he has learned in this camp so far. So we'll do that when we return. The Cactus Sig Report off and rolling. Back with more right after this.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Thursday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
It's the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report. Gary Hill back with you as we have a chance to chat with Mariners prospect Colt Emerson.
Colt, it's always fun to talk again. Thank you for taking the time today. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me on.
How's camp going for you this time around?
It's really good. We're getting to the back end of it, but it's been really fun. It's been really enjoyable being around these guys again. And after the success they had in this postseason or last postseason, coming off of that and coming into camp here, it's been really cool to meet some of the new guys, and say what's up to some of the guys who've been here, and it's been really fun being able to go out there and compete with them.
How did you watch that run from afar? What was that like?
It's hard to describe, but we were on the edge of our seats every day. I mean, we were here in Arizona. I was on the taxi squad with a few guys, and we were on the edges of our seats the whole time. It was such a cool postseason. I think that was the first ever postseason I really watched throughout the whole thing, every game. It was so cool. So cool.
Being on the taxi squad, did it feel tangible? Did it feel close? You were a part of it in a way? Yeah. Or were you still removed because you were in Arizona?
I mean, I was for sure removed. I mean, I wasn't in the clubhouse. It wasn't I was removed, but the sense of me being in the org and the pride I had for it and the want for them to win was there, and it was so cool. Even though I was in Arizona here on the couch, it still felt like I was there. You know what I mean? It was super cool. I was just cheering everybody on, seeing. I mean, it's cool watching baseball when you know guys on the field, and you have relationships with the guys on the field. It's way easier watching baseball that way.
Yeah, I get that. Did you guys get together to watch the games together, or were you just hanging out?
So at that
in your
time,
apartment down here.
Yeah, I was living with Johnny Farmel and Brock Rodden, so we would make dinner every night. We had a grill on the balcony, so we'd grill out and we'd make food, watch the games, and then just do that every night. And then the worst days were the off days when they weren't playing. We were just what are we supposed to do today?
And you're just coming to the complex, getting ready just in case.
Yeah, coming to complex practice. Pretty short days, honestly. I mean, in for 3 or 4 hours and then get out, and then you wait 3 or 4 hours at the end of the night to watch the game, and then it's really fun time. Yeah.
How has this camp felt different to previous camps for you?
Yeah, just having more relationships with the guys has been cool. Getting to know them getting to know me has been pretty cool, and being on the field with them, especially I've made a few starts, so it's been really cool to get to know guys on the field and their playing style and how to accommodate, but also play my way with playing with Brendan Donovan at third base. It's super cool. You know, we think similar, so it's really cool. And playing with Ryan Bliss, playing with Leo, playing with Nails at first base, it's cool. It's really cool to be on the field and being able to compete with those guys.
Is that even more of a thing as a shortstop, figuring out playing with people around you, second baseman, third baseman, that sort of thing, and how they play?
Yeah. You got to get to know the range they have, the type of arm they have, if they need backed up, if not, if there's just a lot of things going through your mind at shortstop with other guys, and you just got to learn the way the guys play. If you need to go range and get balls, if you need to shade over, if you don't have to shade over, just little things like that. And everybody's different, so I think that's the cool thing about baseball is everybody's different, and that's what makes up a team. That's why teams win.
You mentioned Brendan Donovan. This is obviously our first chance being around Brendan Donovan. What's your first impression of the newest Mariner?
He's a baller. You've seen it. You've seen the way he plays. He's consistent. He makes the play yesterday and when he jumped into the stand.
Into the netting,
and then got up and hit a double. It was nothing. It's incredible. He's just a baseball dude, and it's so cool. It's cool being around him, seeing the way he goes about his business. It's amazing. Great baseball player, but even better person.
How closely do you watch a guy like that who's been around? He's done it. He's been an all-star. He's done everything in this game. Do you pay attention to what different veterans do to just kind of see how it works for them, see what works for them?
No, absolutely. My brain's always turning, and I'm always watching these guys. Even the younger guys, older guys, I'm always watching. I'm always looking to bring pieces into my game that help out my game, and it's really I've been really grateful to be around these type of caliber guys, so it's really cool.
You mentioned Johnny Formello a moment ago. We were talking to Johnny not too long ago, and we were talking about you, and he said the most impressive thing he saw last year was the strides you made defensively. And he is convinced you're going to win a Gold Glove in the majors. Do you see it the same way? Do you feel like last year you made strides defensively?
No, absolutely. And a lot of great guys in this org, Bone, Vinny, like a lot of great people in this org have helped put in the effort with me and got me to that point defensively, because, there was a point where I struggled a little bit hitting-wise, especially early in the season, and somebody told me, I forget who it was, but they were like, you're struggling, like, if you're not going to get a hit, then nobody can get a hit. You know what I mean? Like, you got to play that good of defense, and I kind of took that to heart, like it's so true. Even if I am, like, hitting good or whatever, like I'm going to take away as many hits as possible, and the love for defense, like I love going out there and fielding ground balls and seeing how good I get, how perfect I get the throw over there, how smooth can I make the play, how, you know what I mean? Like I have a love for the game that is just, I don't know how to describe. I just love the game so much, and I love every aspect, and coming out here and being able to practice my craft has just been amazing, and I can't wait to do it for longer. You know what I mean?
Have you always had that love?
Yeah, and I think even more so the more I get into pro baseball. It's the opportunity to be able to come out here every day and work on specifically baseball is the greatest opportunity that I've been given. And I'm taking full advantage of it. I love it. I do.
Where's your favorite spot on the infield?
Favorite spot? Wow. My favorite spot is, I'd say shortstop, but honestly, my favorite spot is any spot that I'm in the lineup. You know what I mean? Like I really don't mind any chance I get to play. Like even if it's on the extreme, if I'm playing right field, if I'm playing, you know what I mean? Like I'm willing to go play anywhere. There's no position that I'm not willing to play. But yeah, I love being on the field, and I think that's it.
Since you've been in pro ball, what's the biggest lesson you've learned about yourself?
Yeah, you got to have fun no matter what. If you're struggling, if you're not struggling, you have to have fun, because you don't play any better not having fun. You know what I mean? Like you got to find certain ways. You got to find a way to mess with other guys, have other guys mess with you. Like it's a team at the end of the day, and when one guy's struggling, the other one's going to pick you up, and just realizing that was a big one, and yeah, you just got to have fun, and you win more games having fun as a team.
You strike me as very relaxed in this camp, and especially given the circumstances. Like we know you've risen so quickly in the system. Feels like you're knocking on the door, right? But you seem very relaxed with everything going on in this camp.
Shouldn't say I'm like too relaxed, because I'm not like an established guy on the team. But yeah, I'm comfortable being myself, and I think that's what it comes down to. And these guys in the clubhouse are so great, and they're so welcoming, and they're happy with you being yourself. I mean, that's one thing the Mariners preach, is you got to know your identity, and I think that I'm not perfect by any means, but I have a pretty good idea of what my identity is, and I think coming in every day, like I have a set plan every single day for myself of what I need to do and what gets me ready. So having that already laid out, I mean, it's pretty easy just to walk through the door and just do it every day. And everybody in the clubhouse, like I said, are great guys, great humans, and they want you to be yourself. So it's pretty easy coming in and doing that when you have that kind of support.
Who are a couple of people you feel like have really helped you since you've been in the organization?
Gosh, I mean, if I start naming, I won't be able to name all of them. You know what I mean? This organization is that type of organization that, anywhere from the mental skills people, the trainers, the dietitians, the lifting staff, even the cooks here, you know what I mean? Like, they're all great people, and the people in the clubhouse are the best. And between Dan, Perry Hill, like Sites, Mags, like all these guys, like, they all want to see you succeed, and it's pretty easy, like I said, to come in every single day having that type of support. So it's really this organization as a whole has been so great to me.
You're still making steaks when you get home every night?
I've been off the steaks.
Oh, you have? Okay. What are we doing now?
It's more salmon and ground beef.
Okay.
If I'm being honest, which ground beef is still steak, I guess. But the steaks are. I think we kind of overcooked on. Overate them a little bit.
You went too far.
It was like a year and a half straight of like every night steak.
Yeah, I could see that.
And it wasn't even like the seasonings were changing. It was just like filet and the same seasoning, the same butter, and then rice, sweet potatoes, and we didn't really mix it up much. So that's kind of on our part, but I switch it up. I do a New Year's strip now.
Okay.
So I really enjoy that.
Still on a rotation. Okay.
Yeah, still on a little bit of rotation, but it's more ground beef and salmon, and we go out to eat a little bit more now.
Okay.
We go get a nice dinner once in a while. There's something to be said for not having to do the dishes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely.
No, the closer you get to Seattle, the more salmon makes sense.
Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
Seattle, the salmon is the best there.
Have you been able to spend much time going around the city at all?
Yeah, I mean, not a lot, but the times I get up, I mean, like for the Fan Fest or the stuff that at the beginning of the year, like I've been fortunate enough, me and Johnny have been able to go up there together, and so we'll go walk around the city. We'll go get a coffee. Like obviously the Starbucks coffee in Seattle is by far the best. So we'll
Better
go
in Seattle?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. We'll go walk to Starbucks, get a coffee, and then walk around the city, and then come back and in the morning. And it's nice. I mean, we've been fortunate when I'm up there. We've had some pretty good weather, so.
You were pretty popular at Fan Fest. How did you like the interactions with the fans there?
No, it was great. Any chance, I always tell the guys with media or whatever, like, any chance I get to go up to T-Mobile Park, especially like, I'm not there right now. I'm not a big leaguer right now. So any chance I get to go up there and I guess act like a big leaguer for a day, like I take advantage of it. Like it's so cool. It really is to see, like, I mean, I was just in high school 3 years ago. Nobody really knew my name, and then now it's like people are like I've never met before. Like, oh, cool. Like, it's cool. And I appreciate it, and I really am grateful for the support. So I want to get back and make sure people know that I appreciate the support, because it really does mean a lot.
I mean, it's kind of wild to think about when you put it that way. You're in high school 3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And now you're going to be in a major league spring training game today, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's wild to think about how much has happened in really a relatively short period of time for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You've moved fast. So what has allowed you to do that?
Just taking one day at a time. I'm focused on the next minute. I'm not focused on the next hour, or the next day, or the next week. You know. This year is so long, you know, but the baseball season is so long, and when you start getting ahead of yourself, that's when things go sideways, and you start worrying about other things, and you get anxiety about other things, and it's real. And I think the more I can take things one step at a time, literally 1 minute at a time, one event at a time, like the easier things get and the slower things get, and I live my life like that.
It's always fun for us this time of year. We watch you play, some of the younger players play as well. Have you gotten a chance to face or see Ken Anderson or Ryan Sloan down here?
I've not. I've been fortunate enough to be behind them when they're playing, and it makes me not want to be in the box against them. They look really good, and they look really pro on the mound, and it's really cool to see. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. I'm sure fans would love to know. We talk about you all the time. Give us a couple other teammates that Mariner fans should be aware of making their way through the system as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Johnny Formello.
Yeah.
Of course. Brock Rodden. Of course. Jared Sundstrom. Of course. All great players, but even better people. Cade, Ryan. Who else? Michael Arroyo, Lazaro Montes, you know, like you could go down the whole prospect list, and I can say a million things about every single guy and how great of people they are. Like that's why I said before, the type of people that the Mariners get here are they're pro people as well as pro players. You know, it's really cool. But yeah, those group of guys, like most of them, they get talked about, but those guys are going to be really good here in the next few years.
Arroyo has really stood out, too. How would you describe him as a hitter from what you've seen?
Professional, you know. He doesn't chase ever, and I think that's the difference between pro and minor, and just the chase. He doesn't chase ever, and when he gets it, he gets it. That's really what it comes down to. Is he swings at strikes and takes balls, and that's the name of the game.
It's a pro.
Yeah.
How would you like people to describe you as a ball player?
I'd say well-rounded. I feel like at the end of my career, if somebody could say, you know what, he was the most well-rounded player that I've seen, that would mean a lot. And well-rounded meaning as a person, as a teammate, as a hitter, his skill level, as a winner. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to be a well-rounded winner and you want to win, and that's the only thing that matters. And this org is getting to that point. It's like, it's only about winning. You know what I mean? Like that's really what it comes down to. And we get a really good thing going here.
Absolutely. Colt, great words to end on. Thank you for the time today. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
There it is, Mariners prospect Colt Emerson. Hey, lock in your seats for some of the biggest games this season. Opening day, March 26th. Cal's 60 home run bobblehead night, March 28th. Ichiro replica statue night, April 10th. And Randy Johnson's number retirement, May 2nd. Get your tickets, see the full schedule, see everything at Mariners.com. We'll continue with more of the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report. We've got Brennan Davis coming your way right after this.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League report. Gary Hill, Shannon Dreyer here. A guy who's made a lot of noise in camp so far, Brandon Davis. We had a chance to sit down to get to know one of the newest Mariners in camp.
We have watched you in camp so far, and it's been a pleasure to watch you in camp so far. How's camp gone from your perspective?
Yeah, it's been great. Everybody's been so welcoming and eager to get to know me as a person and a player, and I just feel very comfortable here. Everybody's been awesome.
What did you know about the Mariners, and why was this a good fit for you?
I knew they did a good job developing players, and I heard great things about the staff and the people that were over here. I know the Mariners are really close to being where they want to be, a World Series champion, and that's what I want to be a part of. And any way I can be a part of an organization and help in any way I can and achieve the ultimate goal of winning a World Series, that's ultimately everybody's goal, and I feel like this is a perfect fit.
You've been through a lot in your journey so far. How would you describe where you are as a player right now in your career?
I would say that I have been through a lot, and it takes a lot of maturing to go through kind of some of the stuff I've been through and learning my body and myself as a player and the player I want to be each and every day. And I feel like me as a person has been the same, but like evolving as a player has grown exponentially in the last few years. So I'm happy where I'm at right now, and I look to continue to gain ground and keep getting better.
What do you know now that maybe your 22, 23-year-old self didn't know about all of that?
Yeah, when I was younger, I was kind of searching for an identity as a hitter, and I knew what I was good at, but like being consistent and what I needed to do each and every day to get the body ready and show up the same way every day, like that takes time. And I had some years or some seasons cut short due to injuries, so I kind of had like bits and pieces for a long stretch. But like finally being able to like nail down a routine and what's going to get me right every day and how to game plan and how to build an approach and how to troubleshoot when something's going wrong instead of like completely overhauling something. Like it's just small little intricacies that I change now, not like big pieces.
That's a lot of layers right there. How did you do that? Who helped you with that? How did you get there?
Yeah, I've had a lot of great people over the years. I mean, almost too many to name. But like the coaching staff, people that have been in my corner, I've had a really good foundation of people in my life and that have put in time and effort to make me the player I am today.
Boy, what you described sounds... We just had a recent conversation with Rob Refsnyder, and what you described in terms of finding yourself, essentially, is what the same thing that he described to us. It took him a while to kind of figure out who he is at a hitter. Is a lot of that just going through it and the experience and just kind of figuring out along the way?
Yeah, I would say you really don't know what you don't know. So, like, you have to go through it to kind of figure out what path and what you do well and how consistently you can do that, like, at a high level. I feel like there's a lot of voices along the way that might push you in a certain direction, and you have to be able to filter that, and you also don't want to be uncoachable. So it's like what voices do you listen to along the way, which ones stick, which ones are good voices, or which ones are just trying to put their stamp on you, per se. But, I mean, everybody means well.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part, because everybody means so well, and they want to see you succeed, but it might just not be what is right for you.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be a really hard balance, too, when you go to a different organization, or you're in the same organization and you move up and go to a different team, because there's a lot of new people in your life when you go to new places. I imagine finding that balance can be tricky.
Yeah. I would say if I moved around teams 4 or 5 years ago, I would have had a lot harder time doing it, because I was still in the process of like figuring myself out and who I wanted to be and all that stuff, and as a player. But I have a better idea of it now, so I can kind of guide the conversations, and then with the structure of it, it's easier to get input because they can kind of help me along the path that I want to go on.
We've seen this with so many hitters, young and some not so young, and it is a balance. What it sounds like you're talking about is you're kind of grabbing control. You have to know yourself, and then you grab control of that process. How tough a thing is that, and what are some keys to doing that and making sure that you do have that?
Yeah, it's not easy. Like I said, I think it takes time. There might be some people that figure it out earlier, and obviously there's really successful young guys, and they have an identity, and they know exactly what they want to do each and every day. But, like, no journey is linear. Like, everybody has a different path and a different understanding of themselves in the game. And ultimately, you hope to get to that pinnacle and figure yourself out and be able to contribute to the team and be a consistent player each and every day. But it's baseball. It's hard. Like, things change. Your body doesn't feel the same every day. Coaching staff has turnover. Like, there's a lot of different things that go into it. So just trying to take care of what you can take care of, the controllables, and the rest will play out the way it plays out.
You know, Dan Wilson said one of the keys that he's seeing with you is you do know who you are. So congratulations, mission accomplished right there. He has said that several times. So who are you as a hitter?
Yeah, I kind of want to be the same guy every day. I pride myself on bringing quality at bats each and every day, and I obviously can hit the ball hard, but I obviously need to make more contact. So, like, when I go through ruts, it's because I'm not making contact and maybe shortening down or hammering down a more refined approach day in and day out. Like, those are things that I'm continuing to work on to get better.
Your mom was a track star at the University of Washington. In fact, still in the record books when you go look it up. Have you spent much time in Seattle? She walked you around at all?
Yeah, she got inducted in the Hall of Fame in Tacoma. So we still have family back in Tacoma too. So I have some roots back there. I've been there. I actually went on an official visit to University of Washington for college. Didn't end up committing there, but
boo.
It's a beautiful campus, beautiful city. The seafood up there is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
It's an awesome state. They're awesome cities. Like, I've experienced a lot of it. It's very beautiful.
I grew up in Tacoma, so I appreciate your family in Tacoma. That's great.
Of course.
Why baseball for you?
It's a good question. I grew up playing baseball and basketball. I feel like I love competing. I love the camaraderie of the team atmosphere. I love to win. Whether it was baseball or basketball, like, whichever road I chose, I feel like I was going to put my heart and soul into it, and baseball ended up being my path. And you could have flipped a coin and it could have been basketball. Like, it's hard to say. Like, I love them both equally, and I just feel like I'm a competitor.
Speaking of winning, we've been around for a while, and we get a different sense in here, this clubhouse, this facility this spring, especially after what happened last year for the Mariners. You've been around. You've been in different clubhouses. What's the sense you get from the vibe in this camp this year from this Mariners club?
Yeah, the vibe has been great. There's a strong sense of pride, because they should be proud of what they did last year. It's hard to have success at the highest level and they put together a great season. Obviously, we know the job's not done, and there's another pinnacle to achieve, but it seems like everybody's healthy and happy, and the camaraderie has been great. Like, obviously I'm new here, but like being able to see the guys interact early was awesome. Like, there's a lot of really good friends in the clubhouse, and they do a lot to include each other, and there's a lot of like a brotherhood type bonding stuff that goes on behind closed doors.
What have you most enjoyed about being in camp?
The quality of people here have been awesome. It's easy to go to a new spot and feel kind of isolated, but I didn't feel that at all. So I'm very grateful to be a part of something that's been so welcoming.
If somebody came to you for advice, they wanted to, I don't know, get a couple llamas as a pet. What would you tell someone that was thinking about a couple llamas as a pet?
Yeah, I would say you will get questions about it for the rest of your life.
Like right now.
It's funny. We've had all sorts of animals. My mom's the biggest animal lover. I'm also a big animal lover, but all sorts of pets.
I mean, you had them all, right? Growing up.
I've had goats, horses. We had a donkey for a second. We had a pig. We've had a peacock. We fostered an owl when it fell out of a tree.
No.
Oh. We've had a bunch of dogs. We used to breed dogs.
Okay.
You name it, we've probably had it for a little bit.
That's incredible.
What haven't you had that you would like?
Oh, yes.
So my mom lives down in Queen Creek, so there's a little bit of land down there, but it's not like farmland or anything like that. But a few roads up, somebody has a zebra.
No.
I don't know how they have it, but stuff like that's pretty cool.
That's next level.
Yeah.
Now, I've heard llamas are mean. I'm going to guess you're going to say they're not.
They're standoffish.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't say last 4 or 5 years we've been able to like hand feed it and pet them and do stuff like that, but first 3-4 years they were pretty skittish. And like they kind of just want to be to themselves and do their thing. You can't control animals to do what they do in nature, so we just let them be.
Very nice.
I was always surprised. I went to a peacock park once, and I was surprised that they're like on the roof of the building and in trees. Like, that's not something I expected.
Yeah. They were like, I remember I was little. They used to be like on our gutters, like on the lining of the house, and on our fence line. They would just go where they wanted. But they never left because they knew the food was here.
So they just roamed, but they never. Okay, that's just not a behavior I expected from peacocks.
No,
okay.
Yeah.
Which animal do you not want to get mad?
Not want to get mad. I haven't had that many like bad animals. I had a bunny. I was like 10, and my mom was like, "What do you want for Easter?" And I jokingly said, "Oh, I want a bunny." That Easter, my mom brought home a bunny. But it was a very mean bunny. I don't know why.
Oh no!
I couldn't break it to where it would like be able to hold it and like be fun.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Of all things.
Yeah.
Teeth like this. Right?
That's so funny. Yeah, you kind of alluded to it. You're an Arizona guy.
Arizona spring training is awesome.
Yeah, it's got to be great to kind of be back home, right?
It's the best.
Yeah.
My mom and stepdad have been to every game I play in, so.
Oh, that's great.
It's awesome for them.
That's great. Well, thank you for the time. It's been really great to get to know you. We really appreciate it. And congratulations on all the success so far.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There it is, Brennan Davis. Hey, time is running out to lock in your Mariners reserved membership for the 2026 season. Secure the best seats at the best prices, plus ticket flexibility and guaranteed postseason access. Reserved memberships go off sale this Friday. Join the team today at mariners.com/reserved. We have Cole Young coming your way right after this.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring a check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the first Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, what was the initiative to make that call?
I've got something worth preserving for the sake of the people that I serve and my family. So it's important to me.
What did you learn through the process?
The experience with First Mark has been highly professional, informative individuals that have helped me from personal to professional insurance, life insurance, policies, coverage, cyberspace, things that I was afraid to approach were pretty easily approachable.
How would you say their customer service has been, Aaron?
Absolutely 10 out of 10. I just couldn't say anything higher about First Mark. They've executed very well on as many levels as I could rate them.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
It's the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report. Hey, a guy in camp who's been red hot here the last couple of weeks, Cole Young. Rick Riz had a chance to sit down with the Mariners second baseman.
Cole, over the last week or so, you're ripping the cover off the baseball, hitting the ball out of the ballpark, line drives all over the place. Tell me, what kind of spring has it been so far this year for you?
Yeah, I think it's been really good. I feel like, I'm doing a good job of, sticking to my approach, taking it day by day and just putting in the work. But yeah, I feel really good. It was nice to, work on a bunch of stuff in the off season and coming into spring and feeling good. Body's feeling good and the mind's feeling good too.
After that great experience last year, getting to the big leagues, what did you work on during the off season? What are you working on here to get ready for this season?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing in the off season is just, I did a lot of footwork stuff at second base, so just worked on that a lot in the off season, and then also hitting, just working on hitting the fastball, a lot of machine work, a lot of foam balls in the machine that kind of simulates different spins on the ball and stuff like that. But
Yeah, in terms of spring training, just, I'm trying to, just keep putting in the work, keep getting better each day. And just trying to stay healthy too.
How do you get to that fastball a little bit quicker? Train your eyes to get your hands in the right spot?
Yeah, I'd say, hitting a lot of machine work. I've been doing a lot of traject this spring. I feel like that has helped a ton. But also a lot of it is just approach too, just having a solid approach and trusting that approach and, just trusting the work you put in before the game. So I think that's helped me out a ton.
With that traject, you can dial up any pitch you want. Do you dial up Mason Miller for the velocity, or who do you dial up?
Yeah, not Mason Miller. That's funny. But usually we'll just do like the pitcher that's throwing that day. So that's what I've done. Like whoever's starting in that spring training game, I'll face for a couple at bats. But no, I won't. I won't face Mason Miller. I'm not gonna do that to myself.
One guy that you like to spend some time with during the offseason, because you're from the Pittsburgh area, is Andrew McCutchen. And over the last few years, you've been able to spend some time with him, working out. How did that relationship get going? And what do you guys talk about during the offseason?
Yeah, it started my first offseason. He lives in Pittsburgh. So we happened to just hit at the same facility. We hit with the same guy, Chase Rowe. So we've been hitting together the past 4 off seasons. But I learned a ton from him. I mean, obviously he has so much experience and won an MVP, all that stuff. But he's been super helpful. I could ask him any question, he'll answer it. And he's been super helpful, and even just getting to watch him in the cage and go about his routine, it's really cool to watch, and I'm super grateful to be able to hit with him in the off season.
Cole, one of my favorite things during the spring is watching the young players on this ball club develop into big leaguers like yourself last year, and I think you're going to have a heck of a season this year. What do you look at when you see the 2026 version of the Seattle Mariners, the veteran guys and the young players like yourself?
Yeah, I'm really excited, just because we made it so far last year, and there's a lot of like lessons learned, and it also I think gives us confidence to like now we know that we can make it far. We can we have such a solid team, so I'm just super excited for it. And also too, like everyone's a good teammate in that clubhouse. Like it's fun coming to the field every day, and just because we have so many great guys in that clubhouse.
And Cole Young, as a young player, you're right in the middle of everything. Thanks a lot for the visit, and I tell you what, it's going to be a fun year for you and everybody on this ball club. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Mariners second baseman Cole Young. If you're planning something special this year, check out the Mariners Suite or group hospitality space, from family celebrations and birthday parties to company outings and client meetings. T-Mobile Park makes every event unforgettable. Visit Mariners.com to start planning today. Well, we're going to end the show today with another version of Riz Remembers. And today, Rick is going to talk about Edgar's final day.
Welcome back to another edition of Riz Remembers. As today we turn back the hands of time till October 2004, the final day for Edgar Martinez in the big leagues.
Down low, and Edgar will come up, representing the tying run in this ball game. And listen to this standing ovation as Edgar is announced, perhaps for the last time in an 18-year excellent career. An 18-year, soon-to-be-determined Hall of Fame career. Definitely Mariner Hall of Fame. Cooperstown, perhaps. Flash bulbs going off every pitch to Edgar Martinez here in the bottom half of the 8th inning on this 3rd of October, 2004. Closing day. Brocail is set. The 1-1 pitch to Edgar. Swung on, ground ball back to the mound. Brocail goes down to second for one, and the throw back to first the double play. Here comes the goodbye standing ovation for Edgar Martinez. Edgar being called out one more time. He'll come out. Here he comes. Edgar Martinez going over, shaking hands with fans. Coming out, getting one last acknowledgement. Listen to this. And Edgar tapping his heart, telling the fans how much he loves them. So perhaps Edgar has passed our way for the last time. And listen. What a fantastic tribute to a fantastic man.
He played his entire career right here in Seattle, became one of the all-time greats in a Mariners uniform and the best designated hitter ever in the history of the game. I'll never forget number 11 walking down the steps and out of our view for the final time in October of 2004.
When Edgar Martinez retired October the 3rd, 2004, there was a huge surprise for him. That Commissioner Bud Selig would step up to the microphone and say, from henceforth, the designated hitter award in the American League would forever be known as the Edgar Martinez Award.
Because of your record on this night, the designated hitter award for the American League will forever be named the Edgar Martinez Award. Congratulations.
I came to this land with a dream. That dream was realized here in Seattle, the best city of this great country. You fans were the biggest part of that dream.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. Catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. You've got two great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season. Or go with a flex membership and choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go.
There it goes! Storybook season by Cal Raleigh.
Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Hey homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888.